You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, we are back to Eastland Match of the Round broadcast. Welcome to Ted Ajani Reserve, a historic day for the league's newest club, the Bulleen Templestowe Bullants. First ever game in the Eastern Football Netball League, and it is a perfect Saturday afternoon to get things started in round one with the Bullants and the Bloods going head to head this afternoon. Out game starting at 2:20 p.m, but we're here for the pre-game match coverage for this game, as well as all the games going around in the eastern suburbs this afternoon, with round one for divisions 1 to 4 taking place. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Josh Ward, Matt Spider-Lee and Ray Baird. Josh Ward to my left. Very exciting time for the league and for the Bullants, and the ground is in perfect condition. I'm sure we'll take a look at that in just a moment. The grass looks great. It's a nice sunny day. We had a walk on there before, and it's a big ground too, probably one of the bigger grounds in the league.
Yeah, which will be interesting to see how Warrandyte adapt to a ground this side, and it is great to have the Eastland Match of the Round back for another season. Great to be welcoming the Bullants into the EFNL. Obviously, they're playing their first game in the EFNL at the moment. Now they're trailing the reserves at half-time, 3-2-20 to Warrandyte, 5-1-31, but really looking forward to seeing them in action. We've heard some pretty good things about them the last couple of days.
First time I've actually been out to the ground. Might be the same for you. The two to our left have probably been here for cricket reasons. I've heard that Matt Spider-Lee took 4 for 8.
How many times did we hear that before?
He's repeated it quite a few times, but good afternoon to you, Matt Spider-Lee.
Well, we might be having some issues here.
We'll be right. No, good afternoon, everyone. Great to be back. And yes, I did take a 4 for 8 here. We won't mention it too many times. I'll fold from the club rooms end on that afternoon. No, it was all the way back in under 14s. No, it's great to be here back at Ted Ajani Reserve, and Bulleen Temp, welcome to the competition, and we're looking forward to having them involved. And gee, the crowd is in early. It's a great place to watch footy. It's really looking forward to it. I've seen a lot of cricket here over the years, but footy only a couple of times when they were playing VAFA games here, but for finals. But no, I think FNL footy's really going to suit it. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say this, he hasn't brought it up as much as the time that Ryan kicked many goals in one day out of Templeton Reserve.
That was true. That was against Montana South. 3 1/4, I heard. Ray Baird also here for the first game this afternoon. How excited are you to get stuck into round 1 footy?
Yeah, it's come all of a sudden, because last week I was playing cricket up in Albury, and now I'm here watching the EFNL football. But I'm like you, Ryan, first time here, and we have spoken about the ground conditions and scoreboard, absolutely amazing, but the around the ground facilities too. You know, the canteen and the barbecue set up there in the facility. And I tell you what, there is a huge contingent of blue and yellow supporters around the ground too, Josh.
Yeah, there is a fair contingent. There's also a touch of red and white with the Warrandyte faithful certainly coming in their numbers, and I'm sure this crowd will continue to grow as the afternoon goes by. But if you're around in the area in Lower Templestowe or Templestowe surrounds, get on down to Ted Ajani Reserve. It's the place to be this afternoon.
It's certainly right. There's a lot of footy taking place this afternoon, and we saw last week that we had the opening round, which was round 9 in your Play HQ fixture, if you want to have a look for that one. And Sylvan defeated Coldstream, starting off the season, and now the rest of Division 3, as well as Divisions 1, 2 and 4 taking place this afternoon. We're going to go have a quick look around the grounds. We've got some guests to come in the pre-game. We've got the president, Greg Chivers, coming in for a little bit of a chat. The 2 senior coaches, Andrew Verga and Paul Donoghue, will be able to speak to them and get their insight on this game. So we'll park that conversation for now. We'll look around the grounds. A couple other games in Division 4. And as we said in the pre-season preview podcast and everything that's been going on, unfortunately, Nuttawading won't be playing this year in 2025, but with Bulleen Templestowe coming in, we still have 7 sides in the competition. Whitehorse have the bye this week, where Forest Hill play Kilsyth and Chirnside Park play Croydon North Emlock. Josh, probably the Chirnside Park Croydon North Emlock game interests me a fair bit, because it has got a bit of feeling with it now, with Lee Motormat making the move across from Chirnside Park to Croydon North Emlock. Croydon North Emlock have picked up pretty well. Conrad Benrups is another name who's come across from Nuttawading. And for them, there's a lot of expectations, I think, internally. That they're expecting a big year. They're not going to be happy with a 5 to 6 win season.
Yeah,
they want finals.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Speaking with a few people down there at Court North Hemlock, they are expecting pretty big things, and why wouldn't they? They've picked up a bit of experience in the likes of Lee Odermack, Conrad Bendrups, Lewis Mitchell, Paul Blight as the assistant coach, a former, I think, Kilsyth player as well. Andrew Malcolm and Michael Candello coming across as well, and all of them are playing in total six new players in each of the sides, one senior debutant in Bailey Mannion for Chirnside Park, fresh out of their under-19s program. So, look, I think this is a great opportunity for the Kangaroos to get the job done here, Ray.
I agree, and you got to look at their story. This is a story for other teams in the lower grades of the amateurs, and we don't want to poach them, but they're welcome to come. But no, look, their story of Hemlock, they come into the competition, they were the easy beats, and no one wanted to go there. But now they've gradually built up season after season, and they're a go-to club now. They've got players going to their club, and I think they're going to be a big season too, Josh. I agree.
Yeah, I think the 10 plate is definitely there for them. I mean, you just got to consider what happened. They'll build a lot of confidence from their, reserve grade last year. They played in the grand final. So there's a lot of growth still left in that playing list. Like, they haven't hit their potential yet. So the talent is there, and to get a bit of experience into that lineup at senior level, those young players will grow throughout the course of the year. And it might not be finals this season, but it gives them the opportunity to progress and forge that platform for seasons going forward.
I think even if they're in the conversation of finals when we get to the second half of the season is a big tick.
Well, it's been competitive in games, Ryan, isn't it? Being more competitive in games for longer periods of time, and that's what you want when you're a developing side. The end result will be finals at some stage, the long-term success plan, but just those initial steps, you've got to take them, and they'll want to be competitive for as long as they can.
They certainly will, and I think this is going to be
and they'll
probably
upset
one
teams.
I agree. I think this is one of the more intriguing Division 4 seasons we've had, Ray.
Look, but this is a season of Division 4 where there's not going to be that segregation where you've got
I
the top
agree,
couple of teams. I think every team in it is a chance to play finals.
Yeah, I agree. I think you look at previous years, it's always been 4 and 3, or
that's right, and a big gap in the middle.
Correct.
Look, I think you've got to put the rider in that. Probably Forest still are the team that's going to be the team that's probably going to struggle to play finals. Let's hope for them that their measurement of success is just a couple of wins, but being more competitive in games, and not. Let's hope the margins aren't too quite significant. Unless those margins continue to decrease throughout the course of the year. But there's still a realistic chance to win some games. So if teams aren't on their mettle, they'll and bring their attitude and genuine effort. Well, they'll certainly be in those games. 9
new players for Forest still in their senior lineup today. They've got 3 senior debutants in Jared Lynch, Dion Fordham, and Liam Keenan. So they're going to be a pretty young lineup. A lot of those new players coming across from Doveton alongside their coach Stuart Pearce. So, and of course, it is a big day for their captain James O'Sullivan.
That's right, 350th game this afternoon. So another one, if you're in the area, it's in being played at Coonung Reserve this afternoon. So not at Forest Hill Reserve today. If you are in that area, get down and support. What has been a really important play to the Forest Hill.
Well, he's
Football
been
Club.
heart and soul of that football club for such a long period of time. He played all his junior football there, and then come across and played in the seniors. So, that's just a fine example, an illustration of a player that showed and devoted all his loyalty to the Forest Hill Football Club.
Absolutely right, and they play Kilsyth this afternoon. Kilsyth will be an interesting season for them. We don't know when Ryan McNay is going to be coming back into the side. I don't know if they would have been disappointed with the way they finished last year. They finished 4th, and by the end of the season, they were the clear 4th, Ray, behind Chirnside Park, Scoresby and Whitehorse.
And that was coming off a grand final loss the year before.
Yeah, correct.
Well,
and they did lose a few players, and that was probably a little bit difficult to manage.
Yep.
But I think their spot in the finals is certainly one of those ones that is now up for grabs, because there's obviously you've got the Bullants coming into the competition. We talked about Croydon North improving. There's no guarantee that they're going to be back in the final series. They've got to start really well.
Yeah, well,
there's a pattern forming, in my opinion, in Division 4 in particular. You have sides that, and take Scoresby for a perfect example. They got players back when the club was struggling, older players come back. And other clubs have done this as well. Coolside did the same thing. They stick around for 2 or so years, but what clubs are doing, in that 2 or so years, they're bringing through a whole lot of youth. So that when these older guys do fall out, at least the youth to play 25, 30 games, Spider, and that's what's happening in Division 4 if you analyse
it. It is, yeah. Look, and I think Kilsyth are definitely going down that path, and I've actually got the expectation and put it on them this year. I think that if they play their best footy, they can win this premiership in 2025 if they if they play consistently for long periods of time and can sustain it. So look, they've got a couple of hurdles to overcome early in the year with a couple of players out injured, so that's going to be a bit of a question mark on them. But I still think that they've got the depth, and then they've got the young players that can really put them in the right direction. I still expect them to be in the top echelon of the ladder.
And anybody going out to Coolside, at sometime this year, their new club rooms are absolutely
they're fantastic, aren't
they? Yeah, great facilities.
They're up with the best in the league. So that's something that they've got in their favour.
Well, they become attractive, and that's the thing. For a long period of time, they weren't an attractive club because they didn't have those facilities, and they were just they were stuck in that middle part of the ladder. But now they're attractive. They've got a good junior setup. They won some junior premierships last year. They're starting to really build. It's a bit of a growth area in Kilsyth now, so big opportunities for them as a footy club to leap forward.
And Spider, you would tell me the year without a doubt, but you got to remember back, they played VFA football.
They did.
Give me the year. I know you got it.
Yeah, back in the 60s. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So I
take his word for
it. They
did.
did. So what happened was they played in
second division.
They were in Division 1 of the Eastern Districts Football League in the 60s, and then they at the latter part of the 60s they left to go to the VFA, and they played up until the mid 80s. So
that was when the VFA split into 2 divisions.
2 divisions, and they actually had 3 divisions in the VFA for a period of time as well. But then they just struggled financially to sustain it.
And they've got a lot of players coming into the lineup as well. So Brandon Drosler comes back from injury. I mean, you've got Damien Murray, the playing coach, Liam Walter from the base, and Max Lefebvre as well. Sam Carney's a late inclusion for Kilsyth coming across from Mitcham.
Yes, and we've seen Carney play. We obviously seen the reserves premierships, not premierships, reserves grand finals, and he played in those and had some senior footy experience as well. So that's actually quite a good pickup for this Division 4 side.
And they've got some pretty good players in their reserves, like Drew Sells, Bailey Ray. They pretty much played senior footy last year. Harry McAleese as well. Sean Curry's going around again this season. So the depth is there. Maybe those players might be called up. Maybe they're underdone heading into this weekend. But, it's still promising signs for Kilsyth ahead of this season. I expect them to be back up there in 2025.
Of course,
I agree, Josh. I think they'll be up there.
Of course, this is the 3rd Division 4 game this weekend, which we'll talk about quite soon. And we do want to certainly acknowledge Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, who are once again going, I think, the 3rd straight year after coming back. We had the deal with SEN and Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, the home of community football, and we thank them for their partnership this season, covering every broadcast game every Saturday from 1:15 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. And a couple of other things we're doing this year. We've got the Match Day broadcast program, Josh, and you've had a bit of work into that, and we're going to be revealing that each Friday. They'll be released via the EFNL website and the EFNL socials, so make sure to keep an eye out for that one, as well as a new thing we're working on, which will be coming out this week on the Wednesday, which is the title is still up for grabs. We might need to do a bit of work on it, but EFNL Inside, a bit of a television program to air on Facebook and YouTube each week on a Wednesday, which you'll be a part of in the first episode.
Yeah, I will be looking forward to being a part of it, and it is great. Most of the work with the match day guide as well was because of yourself, and it is great to have that as well, because obviously a lot of the guys like Ray, like Spider would know going to the EFNL and even other leagues where they have the record or used to have the record before COVID, and it is great that
it's got all the team lineups as we're actually going to be welcomed here by Andrew Verga, the senior coach of the Bullants, and it's great to have him on board and in the van for the first time.
Yeah, looking forward to having that conversation with him.
Andrew, very exciting day for the club. Thank you for giving up some time after what is a very, very busy afternoon for you.
Yeah, it's exciting times. Down at the old Ted Ajani Reserve, I haven't seen this many people for a while, so it's exciting.
What's the lead-up been for the club? Obviously, it's quite a busy time. joining a new league, is the lead up a little bit different when you're playing all these sides that you've never actually played against, or is it really just business as usual and you'll just see how you go week by week when you meet a new side, and Warrandyte's first one today?
Yeah, obviously, like, we don't know a lot about the opposition, but we're just keen to be a part of the league, and we're excited. So every week's going to present a new challenge. We just want to play the way we want to, and the rest will look after itself, I'm hoping.
Andrew, great to be able to speak with you again. Haven't spoken a couple of weeks ago for the In Focus article. We spoke about the move to the East being a bit of a fresh start. Is it a fresh start for the playing group who came across from the VAFA as well?
Oh, definitely. Look, it's just reinvigorated the club, so we're just full of excitement. We know there's a lot of hard work. We're under no illusions that we're coming to a really tough competition. We've come from the bottom of the VAFA, so we just want to give it our best shot. We're not have any high expectations, just to give it our best effort and just showcase our club.
And it's led to some good recruiting as well, it must be said, particularly bringing back the Sticker brothers. Matt Jessup obviously not playing today, but bringing those players who have been involved with the club, just how big is it for not just this year, but for many years to come?
Oh, look, we've just had a real strong emphasis on trying to bring back guys who've had an affiliation with our junior club. And we're just trying to keep building those bonds between the junior and senior clubs. So a lot of guys that we've actually got a fair few blokes that have come back that have all had an affiliation with us and have played juniors or are family members here. So we just want to keep growing our brand, and hopefully in years to come we'll just keep building. But like I said, we're under no illusions how tough this year's going to be. We don't have any high expectations. So.
Andrew, I looked at your list here, and quite a few of your juniors now are playing senior football. Is this something that your club has concentrated on, that when they're ready, bring them in?
Oh, 100%. So I coached under 19s probably 2022. We were lucky enough to win a flag there, and there was a big emphasis on bringing those guys through to play senior footy. And look, at times they were probably not mature enough to play senior footy, but it was best to get games into them, make them own the club, and sort of grow from there for us.
Andrew, great to have a chat to you. Every time I've seen you, I think you've been in cricket whites. I don't think I've ever seen. Don't think I've seen you in your polo shirt for the footy. But no, great to speak to you. From a coaching perspective, let's drill down on some of the major things. What are some of the key messages and components of you from a coaching philosophy? What are some of your non-negotiables as a coach to your players? And what are some of the insight things and the innocent that you'll talk about pre-game to get the result here today?
I think footy's pretty simple at times, but I think a non-negotiable just has to be bring your best effort, be accountable to your teammates, and just represent your club in the right manner, first and foremost. And
now,
run hard.
Run hard, but
you've got to run.
But you look at the ground, it's a nice, big, open space ground. Do you use that to your advantage to try and make the ground as big and to really share and care for each other?
I hope, Spider.
As well. I mean, you've got some great players in that team who have been around for a very long period of time. You've nurtured a lot of players. So you've got to use that to your advantage.
Definitely.
Is that going to be one of the keys to your success this season?
Oh, well, I'd hope so. I hope we really run and support each other and run in waves and all that sort of stuff. So, like I said, footy's a pretty simple game. You've got to win it at the contest, and then you've got to be able to prepare to work. And
make this a fortress. I mean, that's going to be a thing, because teams are going to come here with a bit of an unknown. They're not going to be too familiar with the surround. That can be really used to your advantage.
Oh, 100%. It's a big oval out here. There's plenty of space to work with. So we're obviously hoping to build a little fortress down here at Old Taj Reserve. But, like we did in the old cricket days, Spider, hey?
Yeah, well, you used to make that a bit of a fortress. It was. I did say to the boys back when I was playing, I mentioned I did take a few wickets here one day in the juniors.
4 for 8.
4 for 8.
4 for 8.
We'll go back to the foot. We'll
go to the footy. But I just wanted to ask one more before I handball it back to the boys. I suppose when you look at it from a long-term point of view, what's the current strategy now to put the planks in place to get ultimate long-term success from a coaching, but also from that off-field perspective? What are some of the things that you know that you're going to have to do collectively to get that end result?
Well, first and foremost, it's about building a good environment and a strong culture where people can feel like they can be themselves, where young men get to, life's pretty tough at times, so we want to create an environment where young men can be themselves, be comfortable, come and have a kick of the footy and just keep building our strong ties with our junior club, our strong committee off field. I think we're doing a lot of things right, as you can see by the sponsor banners around the ground. Our playing group's growing, so we just want to be a real connection club. We want to keep building our relationships with people and have a strong foothold in the community. And I hope that'll hold us in good stead for the next 10, 20 years, 100 years. That's what we're hoping.
Andrew, at the end of the season, when you sit down,
Yep.
everyone has different levels of success.
Yep.
What is your level of success at the end of the season? Is it just winning 1, 3, 5 games? What is your? Obviously, you want to play finals, but realistically.
Realistically, everyone wants to play finals, but I'm not going to put a number of games. I think it's just in our first year up, it's about our attitude, our intent, and how we go about it as a footy club. And we need to earn respect in this competition. So we're a new side. No one knows a lot about us. So we want to be respectful on and off the field, go about things in the right manner, and that'll hold us in good stead with the future coming.
Well, what's it like working with Greg Chivers, who's also obviously done a great job off the field so
Awesome,
far?
mate. Awesome, I thought he was there. No, it's awesome, mate. Like, me and Greg, we played footy together as well at the Bullants, so we've had a long-standing relationship. We're both unique, I would say, in our own different ways. So I think that goes together really well. So, look, he's a pleasure. He's a real passionate man, and I think I love that passion. I love passionate people. It's really important. You got to love what you do. You got to love the people around you. So I think it's we have a good working relationship and a great friendship.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to quickly say, who's some players that we can identify here today for people that are not familiar with your playing list that we should really keep a watch out on? I mean, obviously, there's the obvious ones that have come across from ball and that are notable and prominent in your lineup. But who's some players across today and across the season that we really should, black book and say, well, let's watch their steady progress across the season?
Oh, look, I think there's a couple of guys, or there's a fair few. I think we're all really young lists. So Owen Watts is one to look for. Andy Sinclair, these sort of guys who play across the forward line. Joshy Turano in the back line, he's a pretty solid young player. I think we're really young, so I think there's a lot of guys, and there's a couple of players that aren't playing. You mentioned Matty Jessup before and Corey Shields. Fortunately, Corey's out with an ankle. He kicked 48 goals last year for us, and he's a pretty electric player. So as the season goes on, I'm pretty sure you'll get to see him run out. And he's really exciting.
Yeah, and a couple of senior debutants as well, I believe, today, which must be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think there's about 6 or so.
Wow.
6 or 7 maybe.
Jeez,
So 6, I think, or something like that. So
Yeah.
I've actually, for the club anyway. So there's about 3 or 4 that are playing their debut. So it's exciting.
Yeah.
That's what you want on a big stage like this. Isn't that what you want?
Now, have you practiced the theme song? Have you had it?
No.
And what's the tune of the theme song for the Bullants?
Oh, hopefully you get to hear it later today, mate.
There you go.
You know? Well, we'll see how we go. But no, with none of that, mate. We're just here to do some hard work, and hopefully the rest will look after itself.
Absolutely. Well, Andrew, it's a big afternoon ahead. We really appreciate you coming in and giving up some time ahead of the big game. All the best today, and we look forward to seeing the Bullants, not just today, but throughout the season in the EFNL.
Appreciate your time, guys. Thank you.
Thanks there. That's
Thank
the senior coach of the Bulleen Templestowe Bullants, Andrew Berger, and has done a fantastic job. And, of course, the premiership coach of the under-19 side a couple of years ago has now, I think it's his 3rd straight season in the senior coaching position role. And I think with a lot of the talk about Bulleen Templestowe, just even recently had a really, really good practice match against Fair Park and obviously Fair Park playing in a division above and they were able to come away with a big win in that game. I know it's a practice game, but it's a positive sign coming into round 1 of the competition, right?
Yeah, look, every competition has different style of football played, and I think what the Bullants are gonna find today is it's gonna be a little bit tougher on the body. They're gonna get crunched a little bit more than what they're probably used to other years.
Well, it's going to be a lot more contested ball,
But they'll learn from that. They'll learn from that.
Absolutely. But just touching on that under-19 side that Verga did coach in 2022, of the members of that premiership squad, not the team, 9 of them are playing in the senior lineup today, which is
that's good.
It's a massive positive.
Well, it's significant, Josh, because it's showing that they've got so much faith in those young players, but also in Andrew to be able to bring those players through. So they've got a long-term plan to do that, and if they stick the course, then they will get the desired result ultimately somewhere down the track. It might not be in the initial couple of stages in the early years, but over the next 3 to 5 years, they'll see the bare fruits of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got the under-19s. Their junior program is a really strong one.
And always has been.
Yeah, and it's had AFL players come through the junior program even before it was merged. You like Stephen Silvani.
Some of the best. Gary Pert.
Gary Pert.
Wes Fellows.
Osborne. Richard Osborne.
Oh, Richard and Graham Osborne. Unbelievable.
Brodie McLaughlin in recent history as well, who's obviously at Montrose, but was a Bulleen Templestowe. He
played here?
He played seniors here, Brodie McLaughlin.
They had an amazing Fitzroy zone. Fitzroy, they used to get so many great players out of that. And I noticed that Saucy just snuck across the other side because he was going to Marston so he could sneak into the Carlton zone. But very, very cleverly done by the Silvanis. But Fitzroy, they used to get some absolute rivers. They were such a strong under-19s team, but they used to get a lot from this big area down in the Templestowe area, like Bulleen Templestowe, Beverly Hills, all those sort of clubs. It's fascinating what they've been able to do. But Bulleen Templestowe, they're going to be all the chat across today and across the season.
Yep. And speaking about the under-19s, they actually play a twilight game here at Ted Ajani Reserve after the seniors. So, again, if you're listening and you're thinking about coming down and you might not get here just for the senior time, there's the under-19s to play after. So it is a massive afternoon.
Brash will be happy. That's the fourth twilight game in the EFNL for today.
Yes, there's quite a few.
3 in the seniors and that one.
Well, let's talk about those because we're going to move on to Division 3 before the senior coach of Warrandyte, Paul Donoghue, joins us in the van. We've got Knox versus Upper Ferntree Gully at 4:30 p.m. out at Knox Gardens Reserve, and then Scoresby versus Ferntree Gully out at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. We talked about this on the podcast yesterday, Ray. Scoresby Ferntree Gully. This was a game that was always going to be the twilight spot. It's been talked about for a while. Scoresby unfurled the flag. Ferntree Gully, it's a new look Ferntree Gully under Pat Garrity and Jaden Stevenson. I know they've got a lot of other recruits, but the big name is Jaden Stevenson coming straight out of an AFL list and running in for Ferntree Gully.
And Josh, I know you're excited. They've named him in the midfield too.
I don't mind it. I don't mind that move. I'd like to see him up forward because if he did play up forward, he could kick 3 or 4 goals.
I think he's going to spend 95% of the time through the midfield.
Well, he's a bit like I suppose he's the equivalent, isn't he, to the Patrick Dangerfield of the competition, the way that he can just be so versatile. He can play anywhere. I mean, he's just going to be an absolute electric player in this competition. And as we talked about yesterday in the weekend forecast, you just get the feeling that some of these young players from Ferntree Gully, they are just going to grow and feed off his talent and ability, but also his leadership and experience. They're going to be able to just crave and learn so much from him throughout the course of the season, and they will grow as players and as a playing group. So I think for Ferntree Gully, it's so exciting for them to get a player of his calibre back to their football club. It brings that much positivity. Sure, they've lost some players, but to get a player of Jaden's ability and his accomplishments, so I think it's first class.
Spider, there's one thing they've got to be very careful of, though, with Stevenson, and that is let's not become one-man conscious.
No, that's right.
Because sometimes you can overdo that, and if he demands the ball, sometimes they kick it to him, even if he's in the wrong position. So they've got to just play it as it comes. Treat him as just another player. Sure, watch what he does and admire what he does, but just treat him as another player. Don't become one-man conscious.
But it's the teaching aspect too, Ray, I think, that'll come into this, where he's going to be actually able to teach and virtually be a coach on the field. And he's the assistant coach, but he's actually giving, directing traffic on the ground. So those players, that's what I'm talking about, where they're just going to be able to learn firsthand how to do things throughout the course of games.
But this game, in general, I think that it's going to be a challenge for Scoresby, in my opinion, because you look at their results last year, most of their games were over at half-time. They were the dominant side in Division 4. They've gone up a division where you can't give the opposition 5-10 minutes to let them handle the ball in this division. And as you go up, it gets worse. So they've got to be very careful, Scoresby, and make sure they run the whole game.
Well, they've got to play the way that they did last year, like the fast ball movement. They use the ground very well. They open spaces. They're a very skillful team by hand and foot, and they proved that in the grand final last year against Wallis. They just blew them off the park. But if they get the ball down to a man and those sort of players, I'm just so impressed with some of their recruiting during the season, and that's why I have the expectation that they can play finals.
It's going to be interesting. I think the big positive going back into Division 3 compared to where they were before that, they didn't have the under-19s program. They've now got 2 under-19 sides. So it's I think a much better spot to be in for Scoresby.
Well,
but
they've made their
we are
intentions
now
clear,
joined by the Warrandyte senior coach, Paul Donoghue. Paul, great to have you on board. It's a massive day, first round of the season, and I'm sure you're pretty excited to get stuck into it. It's been a long while to get back.
How good is it? Footy's back. It's exciting. The ground's in great nick. New club, new comp. A lot of social media hype and everything that comes with it. So we're rapt to be involved in a day like this. Really good.
For you, have you been to this ground before? Have you had much experience here? Obviously, it's in great condition. It's beautiful weather and quite a big, decent ground. What's your experience with it?
Yes, unfortunately, I've got a lot of memories out here. We had some really good battles when I played at Paran with Bulleen. They beat us by 2 points in the grand final.
Oh, no.
So
sorry to bring that up.
No, that's all good. But we had some ripping battles with them out here. We had two really good sides back then, sort of 2011, 2012 era. So yeah, I do know the ground reasonably well.
And looking at the club list, there's a lot of players on the side now. You've been able to bring a lot of people in. What's the difference, the main key difference coming into this year compared to last year in terms of the group? And obviously there's probably some guys who have played senior footy in the reserves right now. Has that been a big positive, the numbers down at the club?
It's huge. Like, you're talking sort of 20 per session to 50 to 60 per session, and the difference that makes. And, that takes a lot to build and bring a culture where people are enjoying it and want to come back and play that way. So it's been a great pre-season, and just excited to finally actually see it unfold.
Paul, great to be able to speak with you once again. A lot of the new players coming into the lineup, Jack Bradford, Alex Simpson and Lucas Fellows. Bradford, I think, brothers with James. Just how great is it to be able to get to, like, family members of current senior players into the club this season?
Yeah, you talk about football as a family, and that's what football clubs are, and they support people in that way. So to actually have family running through, like, we've got three brothers, the Wilson boys have been running around in the seniors today as well, plus two Bradfords and their cousin Will Nelson, so there's 6 of our 22 already that are related in that, and it just, it creates bonds that you can't build that in training, the family ones. So that's really good to have out there on display.
Yeah, look, Paul, Ben Ogilvie, he comes into your side, debut today. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, so Benny's come across from Chadstone, sort of medium-sized forward. Obviously, Chadstone have had their struggles over the years, but Benny kicked around 40-odd goals last year in a side that didn't win many games. So he's just got that sort of bit of goal sense about him. Knows where they are and just sort of knows how to find them a bit. So he'll probably play a little bit deeper at times, and hopefully can sort of snag a couple over the back.
And Joel Matheson, another debut?
Another debut, yeah. So Joel came across from Paran. He's actually quite local, just lives across the road. I've known him and his family for a while, and he only got 2 senior games at Paran, but he's still only young, bit of a dogged defender that comes in and just has a crack, and he's done everything right in pre-season, so we reward him today.
Playing the new club in the competition in round 1, has that put any pressure on your side?
No, I don't think so. Look, I've joked with a few people that we don't actually know where we'll be in the competition till after Easter. Like, we've got Bulleen today, who both of us are sort of finding our way in this. Then we've got Whitehorse next week, who've got a bye today as well. So for us, we're finding more about ourselves, and that's what we're really into this year, is what are we doing, what's Warrandyte about, and then where that sits in the comp we'll eventually find out. But no extra pressure. I think it's great to have a big day and a big occasion to do it.
Paul, good luck for the season ahead. Looking forward to your progress as it unfolds. Let's drill down on this afternoon's game. What are the key messages for you as the coach when you talk to the team, pre-game, about things that you want to implement and things that you've probably worked on over the pre-season so that you can improve your performances from 2024 going into a brand new football season?
Yeah, look, we've had to readjust the way we play, the structures that we have, how we set up forward of the ball, how we defend. It's completely different to last year. So today we get to see that. Unfortunately, we had a practice match last week called off due to an injury, so we only got a half a footy in that. So we missed a little bit. So we actually get to see that in play. But look, today is about turning up and turning up early as well. I think big occasions in front of a big crowd and a new club. We don't want them to get on a roll and do that. So we really want to show up early and put our best foot forward very early on, and then go from there.
And you're also using the ground. It's a big ground. It's got it's very spacious. So how do you think that will suit your team in terms of the way that you implement your system and things that you want to try and do throughout the course of the afternoon?
We think we're fit. We think we're fitter than what we were last year. We've put a lot of work in and had some help in that area over the pre-season, so the big grounds won't worry us. But we've got a lot of those sort of small to medium players that can cover ground, so we'll heavily rotate them through, and I think it'll hopefully work to our advantage.
Just on the fitness side of things, I did notice that Jack Grimes came down to the club throughout the pre-season, which must have been great to get an ex-AFL player down to Warrandyte.
Yes, yeah, I've got the advantage of him being my brother-in-law, so that
Speed dial, mate.
that does help. But Jack's got his own business that's focusing on local footballers and giving them access to stuff that we don't get at local football level. And so to have him really involved in planning a lot of our fitness, or pretty much most of our fitness for the whole thing, gave a different dimension to it. And we just did things a bit differently. So we're hopeful that, come the third and fourth quarter today, under the intense pressure of games, we're running it out well. But again, we'll see very soon.
And of course, you look at Scoresby, probably one of the more recent clubs to come down. They were able to reset and win a flag last year. Whitehorse, another one in the grand final straight away. Is that sort of the positive sort of look? Obviously you don't want to be going down the divisions, but it's a good chance to reset and get some finals experience potentially in the next couple of years, and then potentially, who knows, you can win a flag and get yourself back up. Is that sort of the positive look that you're trying to install with the group?
Yeah, you have to. And, we won 2 games in the senior club last year, so it's about winning games of football now. That's what we'd love to do, and we want to hear that song again. So whether that's this week or next week, whenever it is, but we want to have more opportunities to do that, because we can have as much fun as we want off the field, but really you're here to win games of football and do that. So that's what we're about today. We hope that there's probably half the blokes won't know the song, and there'll be a lot of people in the middle of that circle, but we're hopeful we can see that in action, so that'll be pretty cool today.
Talk about your leaders. Obviously, Zach Carroll's been just so prominent, at your football club for such a long period of time, and he always plays a key role when he steps out to play. But you can't always just leave it to one person, so you're going to have to get contributors. But the leaders, what are they doing around the club and around the team to try and step it up, but also to involve the rest of the playing group?
Well, I think that probably started, 3 or 4 weeks before the end of last year. And we really sat down with a few of those and drove where we wanted to head this year and what that looked like. Our fate was sealed and we knew what was happening, and we had to reassess. And, like I said, during the week, was I the right person to do this, and the plans that I had, and how does that look? So we got some real buy-in before we finished last year from our leaders, who have then driven a lot of the, buy-in from the rest of the group and do that. Because as a coach over, 70 to 80 people, that's really hard to do, and you need help doing that. So we've brought them on the journey to say, this is going to be a great football club, and we want to be in Division 3, but again, we don't know where that sort of sits. So we'll do everything we can, and they've really bought into that, which again helps me and helps the club in the right direction.
Well, Paul, it's a massive afternoon ahead. We really appreciate, as always, you giving up some time to have a chat with us. All the best this afternoon and the season ahead. We can't wait to see how the boys go today.
Yeah, done. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Paul Donoghue, the senior coach of the Warrandyte Football Club, and it's a great chance to see both sides in action, and it is a massive afternoon ahead. The game starting at 2:20 p.m. out here at Ted Ajani Reserve. The crowd continues to fill in.
It's a good crowd, isn't it?
It's a very good crowd. Yeah. We had the music playing before in the background. Unlike the...
Besto's not here to
No,
comment on
like that. But unlike at the VAFA, the former league of the Bulleen Templestowe, people here are allowed to drink on the fence, so you'll actually probably get a few more people in as well. If we can get to the view of the ground at the moment, it's on the screen. That far house, which one leaves it? The white one in the middle there, you can see. Look at the technology. If you're not if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, that circle there is usually where the people would all congregate to have a drink over the fence and watch the game. They won't have to do that today. They'll be inside the...
Well, I'm glad BWS is here. We did do a game from the balcony at Scoresby, so we might be doing a game. We might be doing a game over there on that deck over there.
Well, it might be a good vantage point. We're going to probably go to our first ad break here for the Eastland match of the round. We'll be back shortly to touch on this game as well as some of those other games going on around the grounds. Thanks for joining us for the Eastland match of the round. Bulleen Templestowe and Warrandyte.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Warrandyte Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Ted Ajani Reserve. Bulleen Templestowe Bullants taking on Warrandyte for the first Eastland match of the round in 2025. A lot to look forward to coming up at 2:20 p.m. We've got a few more games to take a look at before we jump into that game. We've got, of course, the Division 3 game we spoke about, which was Scoresby Ferntree Gully, and Knox Upper Ferntree Gully is the other one, the Twilight game. The other 2 games, or 3 games, but I'm looking at these 2 because these 2 sides played last week in Sylvan and Coldstream. Coldstream now head to Fair Park Reserve to play the Lions, and the Cats host Oakley District. One of the talking points yesterday in the podcast, Josh, was the Cats now have a great opportunity after getting a win that many expected they wouldn't get. Yeah. They could go 2-0 on their home deck to start the year off and really, really put the fate of their season in their own hands. And it would be a perfect start. They've got a good challenge against Oakley District.
Yeah, it's a really good challenge against an Oakley District side that has the likes of Luke Potts now, Cam Hansen, Josh Cochran. So it's only a much stronger Oakley District lineup. I feel it's almost that full strength for them. But Sylvan, they equally bring back Darcy Turnbull, James Charge, and Kristen Clarson, which are 3 really good inclusion. Clarson on Sylvan debut.
Yeah, really good challenge for Oakley Districts today to be able to really go up against a Sylvan team that will have a lot of confidence after what they provided last week. So they'll have to be very careful. But no, look, I think Oakley Districts, it's just that not relying on Blake Pearce, and we talked about it yesterday in the podcast. Just that week after week, they've got to have good, solid contributors right across the board. Look, they've recruited well. Look, sure, they've lost a couple of players as well, but it's just going to be one of those things during the course of the season where I think it's going to be one of those efforts from the team as a playing group that they all need to pitch in. And I think Potts is going to be a really good recruit for them and a player that's going to really provide another element to what they want to try and do throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, I think Oakley Districts will win this game as well. I like the way they're going about their business. As you said, there's a big reliance on Pearson, but I think that they're smart enough now to bring these other players in who should take a bit of pressure off them.
Yeah, it will certainly be interesting to see how it all plays out this afternoon. And for Oakley, we talked about probably just this side being about a middle-of-the-road type team. And I know Blake Pearson, I know the group, they don't want to be that side. They don't want to just be making finals. They want to be having that impact once they get there. And this year's a good chance to do it. Obviously, the top 2 sides from last year, or 2 of the 3, obviously Surrey going up, are going to be very, very strong again in Knox and Donvale. Fair Park Coldstream was that other game, and Spider Coldstream got to respond after probably a disappointing week out at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. They weren't that far behind at three-quarter time in that game. That margin started to blow out in the final term, so potentially the margin didn't quite do justice to the way the game was played, but you'd still expect this Coldstream side, who's got a lot of key players in his lineup. Darcy Fritsch is there, Mitch Edmonds comes back in the side, Carrigan through the midfield. There's enough talent on this side that to start 0-2 would be a little bit worrying.
Yeah, absolutely. There's enough talent in that team, and they need to be getting better results than what they put out there, particularly in the last quarter last weekend, which was extremely disappointing. So no doubt they would have had a review of that game and discuss things that they did right, but more importantly, the things that they didn't do as well in the review. So from their point of view, they'll need to respond. They've got quality across their list, so it's going to come down to the way that they play, particularly away from home during the course of 2025. Last year, they played well at home, and they really were very tough to beat at times up at their home ground. But it's when they step away, they become vulnerable and they become a lot different team. So that's the challenge for them during the course of this year, to be more consistent when they play away from home, not only when they're playing at home, when they're got that ground as a fortress. So they're the challenges that lie ahead for Coldstream this season.
Yeah. Look, I'm not wrapped on them, I'll be honest. I've got them as the big sliders in the division. I've got them down finishing 7th.
Yeah, I think that's pretty dramatic, but look, it's not out of the realms of possibility. I've still got them hanging on to a finals berth, but they've just got to be more consistent.
And just live in this reserves game here at Ted Ajani Reserve, the Bullants have just kicked through their 7th of the day. They lead 7-2-44 to Warrandyte 6-1-37. That was Jack Cowler who kicked his 3rd goal of the game.
And he's someone who played seniors last year as well for Bulleen Templestowe. That just shows the depth of the side, which hasn't been the greatest the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's right.
The good thing to see, though, is that's been going up and down. Bullants were 14, nip, and then it was 20-31, and now and that was for the whole 3rd quarter. I don't think they scored.
A very good contest. So if we get a similar type scoreline or contest in this senior game, I think we'll be pretty happy. Let's have a look at Division 2. The other game in Division 3 was Donvale the Basin. We talked about in that podcast, and all 4 of us were tipping the Magpies on that occasion. Division 2, I feel like there's 3 or 4 games here in this division in round 1 that could be considered a 50-50, and that's how tight this division is. One of those games is Heathmont versus Templestowe. The Jets have been if you look at the ladder predictions on our Facebook and Instagram pages, I think there's 3 or 4 of us who have tipped Heathmont to win the flag this year. They've got a lot of hype around them. James Appleby leads the recruits. They've brought a lot of players back. Harry Isaacs is one of those names. Jed Hansen. I think they're going to be really strong. And Templestowe as well, they picked up Matt Mariani coming back. They've got Daniel Cooper from South Croydon up forward. They've been able to get some players off John Castres as well. So potential, Spiders picked this as a potential grand final preview, because these are 2 sides that are going to be right there in the running for it.
It wouldn't surprise me if it's a potential grand final preview, and Templestowe have picked up someone from Doncaster and UU Ashwin, who's a VFL listed player with the Northern Bullants, and he's someone that can help strengthen them on the outside, which has certainly been a focus for Templestowe throughout the off-season, and they're going to threaten Heathmont today out at AJ Park.
Yeah, I think so, and I think you're right, Josh. I mean, the last few years we've really focused, in particular, the work that they've been able to do on the inside part of the ground, where they've been able to put clamps on teams. We only have to step back into that final series from a couple of years ago when they took down teams like Waverley Blues out at Mitcham. But this is really important step forward for them to be able to now do that on the outside and then score a lot more. They've got got a fantastic ruckman in Bo Mitchner. That's going to be a really important component of today's clash. And now to have a player of Cooper's talent up forward, and he has that opportunity now to kick more goals for them, and that's something that they've been lacking in the last couple of years, and I think that they can really step forward this season, and that's why I think I have the confidence in them that they can really go deep into a finals campaign.
Well, Bo Mitchner isn't playing for them today.
Not playing, no.
So he's not listed.
Well, that's a bit of a blow, but long term for them during the year, if he does play, they still can have that, that opportunity to be a real contender.
I look at both these sides. Now, Heathmont last year, they had a season that they no doubt want to forget about. Injuries and whatever, everything that could happen happened to them. And on the other hand, Tempe. Now, I'm not sold on Templestowe. Because you look at last year, I know they got players brought into the side, but if you look back to last year, there were games there that they should have won, and they didn't. They put in some good performances and knocked a few of the top sides over. But they're inconsistent still. Until they get some consistency into their game, I'm not sold on it.
Yeah, I want to see, you're right, I want to see a month's form and then see what they can do with building onto that. That's why I'm tipping the Jets at home. The other games happening, we've got Lilydale versus Croydon, which is a twilight game at 4:20 p.m. Surrey Park play Wanturna South at Surrey Park Reserve, two sides new to Division 2. Ringwood Mulgrave at Jubilee Park, and Waverley Blues versus Eastfield at Central Reserve. We spoke about a lot of these games yesterday. Ringwood Mulgrave's the other one, just want to quickly touch on. I think a couple of us potentially tipped Ringwood as a bit of an, I wouldn't even say it's an upset. I think this is a real, almost a 50-50 game at Jubilee Park. Started the season so strongly off last year, Ray. If they can get a big win over Mulgrave, who are a finals contender, that's a great way to start.
Well, you guys talking to Brett Rowe pre-season, he's expecting 1 or 2% improvement on that young side that he had on last year, and that's got to happen if they're going to beat Mulgrave, because to me Mulgrave still play that exciting game of football. Okay, Lynn John's not there anymore, but he's only one player. They've brought in a couple of other players. I think Mulgrave will win this game.
Yeah, I'm backing in Mulgrave.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm Mulgrave as well.
There's some pretty decent talent while we're making this debut, and Josh Parker for the Lions as well, which is handy.
Yeah, and Nolan Jong, of course, he's moved on from the Lions. They've got enough talent in that midfield, I think, to cover him. But you can't replace him. He's Lin Jong. You can't find someone who's going to come in. But
you've got to move forward, Ryan. You've got to move past him.
He's
decided to go to Deer Park. That's where he's headed. So once you put your chips on the table and you say you're out, you move on straight away. And I think that's what Mulgrave have done.
Yeah, they have. They've been able to pick up quite well. They've got a lot of talent. Connor Tilliard's probably one of my favourite players to watch live in action. Expect another big season from him. He's still very young young Tilliard. And it is an exciting time for Mulgrave because it is their centenary year, and we'll hopefully be able to get out to Mulgrave Reserve because it's been quite a while for a Mulgrave game. I don't know if we've got the if one of you know the history on that, on the last time we would have been at Mulgrave Reserve for a senior men's match. Going back a fair while before obviously the changes with the rooms and everything, but hopefully we'll be able to get out there this season to celebrate their 100th year in the competition. Let's take a look at Division 1. 4 games, of course, because with the news this week that Doncaster won't be fielding a senior side in the competition, which means Baronia, who was scheduled to play him in round 1, have the bye. And just quickly on this reserves game, Warrandyte kicked the last one, so it's back to a point, 7-2-44 to 7-1-43.
Maybe we should call this game.
2.5 minutes. I haven't got team sheets in front of me, Josh, but you can give it a crack as Bulleen Templestowe look to go through the middle and then to the far side. I haven't been calling for a long time. I'm still a bit scratchy on this
but
one.
As
they
the
go
accuracy,
inside 50, it's a one-on-one battle. Number 48 out the back here, able to pick it up nicely, almost copped one high, got the handball away, no teammates near him. That's enough for me. We'll get back to the...
still 12 minutes to go in that.
Oh, is there? No, there's 11. Is one, is it?
12 minutes.
Oh, okay.
12 minutes. Still a bit of time.
Been tricked by the scoreboard. I don't know
so
why
you would have been waiting a long time for the final.
I would have been calling for 11 minutes there. Montrose versus Bayswater today out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. We talked about the D's without Ryan Garthwaite. Is going to be a potential issue. They're going to have to probably find a few more targets. Bailey White's one of those players if he can step up his game.
Yeah, I picked Montrose to win. I think they can still win. Look, Bayswater, I said it on Friday preview yesterday, Bayswater's at the crossroads. They've got to start showing what their supporters, what they've got, because every year their supporters turn up and they've got lots of promise. They never play finals. And so to me, the pressure's really on Bayswater to stand up this year.
Well, we talked about it, and the thing is with Bayswater, what they have to now do is they have to make some decisions from a football perspective. Are they going to be a team that's just going to continually just be at the bottom end of the table and just are they playing for survival year after year after year, or do they want to progress up the ladder and really start to play finals and to challenge to be a real contender? So for their point of view, they've got to start to make those decisions. Otherwise, they're going to take a step back pretty significantly, I think, in the not-too-distant future. So it's a big year for their footy club. They've changed coach. They've made the bold decision. They've gone out and got some new players. But now it's time for them to really put in a big effort this season. And what better effort you can do is go down to Montrose on the first game of the year and be competitive and take it up to a Demons team that the microscope's going to be on right throughout the course of the year. Gary Ayres, this season really needs to, you would think, probably either be get into a preliminary final or a grand final with this list. I mean, he's got an age demographic of 27. The profile of the list. So, but I still think that list has a lot of holes in it, and I'm really struggling to see whether. I think they're going to be either just falling into the finals, but I've actually got them missing out. So I think it's going to be a big challenges for them ahead right throughout the course of the year.
Well, 6 new players for them today from Montrose. They've gone their team.
And it's a third of the team, isn't it?
Yeah, Jack Dietrich from Roval alongside Braden in the Panch, Bailey Bateman from Lily does a handy inclusion, Harvey Chin, Michael Schwab, who missed last season.
That's probably one of the bigger inclusions for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
But boys, there are a lot of inclusion. But what have we been saying about Montrose in the last couple of seasons? They need to make changes if they're going to go forward. So they've made the changes. I think they will go forward.
And they've got to see.
They've made changes, but I think some have been forced changes.
Oh,
because
forced
of the guys
changes
who've
fine,
come-
but there's still
come
changes.
outside.
You can fall into that trap where you just keep picking the same players week in, week out.
It'll be interesting to see their season play out with Baronia to play in round 3. I think that's a big test for them out at Miller Park. It'll be good, probably good at Park Orchards next week. So a good real look at those
we're going to know early with Montrose where their season's heading.
Yeah, correct. I think this will be closer. I think closer than what many of the tipsters think, but I'm still tipping Montrose.
That game out at Millers Park, there's a little general store on the corner there. They're going to get the hell of a shock of their life when the big crowd turns up to watch that game across the road, because there's nothing else at Millers Park.
Yeah, well, they might be pretty lucky with the move for Baronia this year. Some of the other games happening in Division 1, Moolbark versus Norwood. We've got South Belgrade versus Park Orchards, which is a big game, and then Beaconsfield versus North Ringwood. We talked about the Eagles and their inclusions to the side. Jake Arts is playing. I don't think we had the team sheet at the time of the podcast. He's obviously a junior at the club. Incredible get for them. Ali Zijai comes into the team as well for the Eagles. And I do believe they've got another player coming across.
Travis Stewart, and then they've got 2 senior debutants, Marley Appleyard, the Div 1 under-19s best and first winner last year, and Ethan Winston also out of Beaconsfield's 19. So it's great that Mick Fogarty is giving those senior opportunities to some of those young guns.
And Spider, we talked about North Ringwood, a lot of changes for them as well. Tom Wilson, who was originally listed at the start of the day yesterday, he's not listed now, correct? Unless that's changed again.
Well, he's at Park Orchards now with Tom Wilson.
Park Orchards, sorry.
I'm
wrong. On the wrong side. He was at North Ringwood.
He
was at North Ringwood. We'll get to Park Orchards in a second, but they've had a lot of changes, of course, and Xavier Borg, Riley White on senior debut for them, Jackson Mooney for the Saints. So they've got some new players into the side, Spider, and it's a good test for them. There's a lot of hope around the club that this might be the year they can break back into the finals.
Absolutely, and the expectation is certainly on them. Matt Price coming in as senior coach. He's had a lot of success, in his other coaching appointments. Davidson's going to be a real big figure for them, coming across from Germana as well. So, look, they've certainly done their homework in terms of recruiting. They've laid the foundations to take some steps back up the ladder, and I think they'll be the biggest improver in Division 1 this season. I really think that they can play a real big role and have a real good tilt at a finals possibility.
Yeah, I agree with you. Their improvement is going to be enormous, I think, Spider. They're going to finish in the top 3 without a doubt in my mind.
And the other big game was South Belgrade versus Park Orchards out at Belgrade South Recreation Reserve. 2 very strong sides in this competition. We saw what Park Orchards were able to do once they dropped into Division 1 and almost won every single game in the home and away season. It was just 1 loss to Mitcham, and then unfortunately for the Sharks, they lost to the Tigers twice in the final series, and a really disappointing grand final for them, only being able to kick the 1 or 2 goals in tough conditions, but it wasn't the way they wanted to finish their season. And they've recruited and they've picked up players, and it is a stronger side. For me, I'm really high on the Sharks. I know South Belgrade are certainly going to be up there themselves, but for me, Park Orchards are the team to beat in this division still.
Yeah, you'd have to say that they're right up there amongst Beaconsfield as well. Look, I mean, it feels like they were so disappointed with what they put out there on grand final day that they've gone a bit savage and just gone out all out to to reverse that result from the grand final. And what better way to do it than getting out to round 1 and getting off to a really good start. Look, they're playing still a pretty competitive unit in South Belgrave, who's going to be coached by Kristen Hyde, who comes back into the Eastern Football Netball League. We know what his credentials were as a player through Mitcham and through Blackburn, and now as a coach. He's been mentored by some of the very best coaches going around. Andy Collins and other personnel. So big opportunity for Kristen Hyde to really lay the foundation for South Belgrave this year. But depth, it could be an issue. They've lost so many players over the pre-season.
Yeah, absolutely. And for South Belgrave, they've got 2 senior debutants, Declan Smith, Roger Mazzoni as well from the under-19 side for the Saints, which is great. Again, seeing those under-19s get an opportunity at the senior level almost immediately, which is obviously a recurring theme amongst teams this weekend. And they've also got Calvin Delario and Kane Young playing for them, which are 2 pretty handy players, 2 Premier Division players.
Yeah, experience.
Yeah, and you look at the Sharks, they've got some pretty decent players as well on their list. You look at Niels Withoff, who was playing for Warrandyte, looks set to ruck for them this year. Christian Camp and Lewis Downey as well, of course, the former Blackburn man Downey, and they've also got one season.
Well, Downey's a great pickup, isn't he, Josh? I mean, when you consider what he provided for Blackburn, at times when he got these opportunities at senior level. So Kristen Knight certainly knows what he can provide.
Yeah, certainly right. It's going to be a very interesting season in Division 1, and as we said, with Boronia having the bye, they'll come back next week to play Bayswater for their first game of the home and away season in 2025. It also gives them a bit of a chance maybe to go out to some of these games around them. That could be one. If you're a Boronia player, you might go down to South Belgrave Recreation Reserve to have a look at that game, because I think it's 2 of the biggest contenders in this division, and you might get a bit of a look at them firsthand.
Even trek down to Beaconsfield, I'm sure they'd like
down
to
the coast.
Well,
South Belgrave's up the mountain and Beaky's down the coast.
But I feel in this Division 1, we've got some of the best quality coaching this season. Without question, we've got Paris Harvey, who's been a very consistent coach for a long period of time. We've got Mick Fogarty, who's probably nearly the best in the business across all divisions. He's had premiership success, and then you've got a guy like Kristen Hyde, who's coming back into the fray as well. So you can't say right throughout all that Division 1 and right across the book. Gary Ayres, Montrose, we've got some quality coaches in this competition, and we're very fortunate to have them.
And 3 minutes to go in the reserve game, and
let's call this
Bullants are 1 point in front, 43-44.
Well, I don't think Megan's on the camera at the moment, but
no, she's trying to get a hot chocolate, I think.
Yeah, so we haven't got the camera on the game, but you are correct.
She's up there somewhere.
1 point margin between the Bullants and Warrandyte in the reserves clash. Less than 3 minutes now, 2.5 ticking down to, so not long to go in this game. And it's currently in the Warrandyte forward 50. It's just gone out of bounds there. So we'll keep a final score there before we go to our final ad break. But on this game, of course, the crowd, Spider, it's still filling in. It's a really exciting day. Not often do we get to be here for a side's first game in the league, so it is a very exciting time for everyone involved.
Oh, it's a very special day without doubt. I mean, for the people that are in the local community of the Bulleen Templestowe, it's a new beginning, really. It's the start of a brand new journey for their club, and one that we hope will be continuing for a very long time to come, and they get to find their way straight away. And I think this is the thing, they get to now strengthen that partnership with their community. I mean, it's very hard when you're playing in a competition where you have to travel demographically extensively, and now that they're in this competition, they can build new rivalries. They're going to make a lot more opportunities to go out there and be a lot more viable commercially through sponsorship, but also being able to recruit players, but also develop and also have that family-friendly atmosphere as well. So I think for Bulleen Templestowe, exciting times ahead. And if you're in the local community and you haven't been down to watch Bulleen Templestowe play throughout the year, make sure you put that in your diary and get down to some of their home games and give them the community support that they deserve.
Spider, you go back to the last 2 teams that joined the competition, South Belgrave and Park Orchards, and the way that they've progressed up the ladder and made a good position they were in, and it's there for Bulleen Templestowe to start their journey today.
Well, it is. And look, I mean, every club has their different reasons for joining the competitions that they go into. Some it's, travel. Some have the desire that they want to be in the highest level of competition. And for others, it might be just an administration governance sort of point of view too.
One of their reasons was because of the junior program
and junior program
to get into. So there's many reasons why you want to
right. So every club has their different reasons for joining competitions, and so for Bulleen Templestowe, it'll be they've got their reasons. For South Belgrave, they definitely had their reasons, and they have their ambitions. So I think it's wonderful how we've been able to have clubs join the competition over the last few years and really grow. And look, it's disappointing that we've got a couple of clubs that are not a part of it this year, but I'm confident that those clubs will be back amongst it, and they'll be bigger and better with time going forward.
That's right. This is a big one for the Bullants. Their first win of the day with 3 seconds left in the reserves game.
So we're going to hear the theme song.
Well, hopefully we might actually be able to hear this. 7-2-44, they defeated Warrandyte 7-1-43. For their first win in the league.
Incredible kicking, 7-1, 7-2.
It was a very good game. We only saw bits and pieces of it, obviously working in here, but a great little preview potentially of what's to come. We're going to go to our last ad break. We'll bring in the call team, Ben Warren-Smith and the gang for the Eastland match of the round. It's the Bulleen Templestowe Bullants versus Warrandyte for the match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to the EFNL's Match of the Day out at Ted Ajani Reserve for the big Division 4 clash, the opening game of the season between the Bulleen Templestowe Bullants and the Warrandyte Bloods. My name is Ben Warren-Smith, and it's fantastic to be back here in 2025 for what shapes to be another stellar season in the best metropolitan competition of local football in the country. Sun is shining, the grass looks fantastic out on this field. The picture is set for what is shaped to be a great game today, and a fantastic job by all the team who are on the pre-match. We'll go through and introduce the call team this afternoon, and it's a great privilege to be calling alongside one of the up-and-coming stars in the media industry, in the sports industry. Josh Ward, very good afternoon to you, mate.
It's an absolute pleasure to be calling alongside you this afternoon, BWS. Looking forward to this game, looking forward to seeing the Bullants in action for the first time in EFNL history, and it's a massive crowd that's come into Ted Ajani Reserve. If you're around the area, get on down. It's the place to be this afternoon, that's for sure.
Certainly is, and what I really like about this ground is in front of the club rooms as well, there's a lot of seating. You don't actually get that at a lot of local footy grounds. So if you're in the area, like, parking's not the easiest to do here, but there's plenty. You can park along the road on the outside, and you won't get stung for a fine. You've got my personal guarantee on that. Come on down, and a man who has got some pretty fond memories of this venue, and we've talked about it on the way here and heard a bit about it on pre-match, is Matt Spider Lee. Good afternoon to you, Spider.
Yeah, good afternoon to you again, BWS. Great to be here, and really looking forward to seeing a game of footy here. It's been a long time since I have done that. Normally here for cricket, but looking forward to what will be promising a really great afternoon of footy between two sides that we're going to learn a lot about here this afternoon.
Yeah, that was a fantastic. I really enjoyed watching the reserves game out here. Very sharp shooting both sides as well. Only 3 behinds kicked for the whole game, but it was neck and neck right to the end, and probably a little bit stiff Warrandyte towards the end with no boundary umpires and a lot of stoppage time. Just sucked up that last 5 minutes. They just couldn't get a chance to get it in. But well done to the Bullants. They're off and running with their first win, and of course, we'll keep introducing the team, and a man who we've heard him do many stats over the previous seasons. This year, he's our around-the-ground specialist, and we're really looking forward to the role he's going to bring. He's looking cool. He's a cool cat, but he's looking cooler than ever in 2025. Good afternoon to you, Paul Yaconi.
Thank you, BWS. Thank you, everyone. So, yeah, unfortunately, the stat sheets decided to pull a sickie for the first game of the year. So, but yeah, no, looking forward to this one, seeing Bulleen Templestowe in the EFNL for the first time, and see how Warrandyte go in Divi 4.
Yeah, we've got another special comments man who's out walking the red carpet, kissing babies. Ray Baird. He's getting his photo opportunities.
He's just introducing himself to everyone.
To be honest, I think he's out kissing hands and shaking babies.
Oh, I think he's just telling everyone about his life membership.
Warrandyte? Yeah, absolutely, no doubt.
Yeah,
we just heard from Kate Green talking about cricket.
What's that?
He was talking about his life membership in cricket that he got.
He's just gone up to random strangers and saying, "Did you hear I got a life membership?" But
I'm surprised he's not wearing the badge.
He probably is.
Spider, big game for Bulleen Templestowe today. They'll be wanting to make an early mark on this competition. How do you see it panning out?
Yeah, look, I think the initial thing is, I think it's always a great fillet for the group when you know your reserves have won. So that's a big tick first off for them this afternoon. The second thing is, as Andrew Berger alluded to in the pre-game conversation, they need to start well. So they've got to bring their genuine effort straight away and be ready and up and about for the contest and be prepared to run. And I think that's really utmost importance for them. They're coming up against a Warrandyte team who also have got a point to prove, because obviously off the back of last season they were relegated. They've had so much change across the pre-season with players coming and going throughout the course of the off-season. So they also want to settle into this division and make immediate impact. And our expectation, we're not really sure where they sit currently, where they're going to be by the end of the season, but the most important thing for Paul Donoghue and the rest of the Warrandyte people are just to try and get off to a really good start, particularly in the first quarter, and set the platform for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, we're about to get underway. It's great to have Ray Baird here in the caravan, but as the umpire holds the ball aloft, here is Josh Ward to take us away for season 2025.
Finn Ellery up against Taylor Hayden in this first ruck contest. Dean O'Neill throws the ball up. It's Ellery who won the tap down. Carroll nearly sharked it. In fact, that was the captain, Hodgson. And Dean O'Neill says, "Give it to me, I'll ball it up." I wonder how many times he'll be mentioned today. The footy ops manager, of course, at the EFNL.
Heard there was a radio game.
As we get this ball tossed back up right in the middle of Ted Ajani. Ellery won the tap down on senior debut, running onto it there. Duncan David Dakin. And this ball will be tossed up. In fact, that was Josh Sticker, of course, coming across from Baldwin in this past off-season back to Bulleen Templestowe where he played his juniors as this ball tossed up. Hayden with the big fist. Carroll looking to run onto it. He couldn't. Wrapped up there was Brendan Ghosh. Bulleen Templestowe debut, and we'll have ball up right where we started at here at Ted Ajani Reserve.
And Warrandyte staying with a lot of intent around the ball.
Perfect conditions for football today. A little flick over the back. That was clever. Palmer, grubber of a kick up towards the half-forward line for Warrandyte. But it's only Bullants with a chance to repel. A thumping kick goes about 55, 60 metres in the end. Linking up handball there was okay. Budlakis goes inside forward 50, pops it over the top. It might sit okay here for Sinclair. This way, that way. Handball went up and under. And it's going to get trapped nicely there by Bradford. Had support there and his teammate in Fallows. Little short kick out towards the half-back line, but it went too far. But a push in the back is going to be paid here, so it'll be a free kick to Warrandyte in their defensive arc. Using the far side here.
That play moving forward then by Bulleen Templestowe. That's what they've got to do. Break away and keep the ball moving.
And the pass went down the wing position. The Bullants look to have the numbers here. Scooping upon that there was Sticker. He got brought to ground. Got dispossessed of the football. Appleby was in there. Brought to ground also, and we'll have a ball up right in front of the Bullants dugout.
Some real good tackling intent from Warrandyte early in this game.
Ellery up against Hayden. Ellery is certainly a big unit. It's the tap down from Hayden down to Hodgson. They managed to work it through hands to Warrandyte, get it out the back, although under a bit of pressure there is James Bradford. Ball will be tossed up left half forward flank around 55 metres out from the Bulleen Templestowe goal line. Still no score early on in this Eastland match of the round. The Bullants' first game in the EFNL taking on Warrandyte, their first game in Division 4 since their 2015 flag. There's no clear winner in that ruck contest. Looking to shark it there was Josh Sticker.
Both sides not giving an inch there, just trying to get possession of that football.
It's certainly going to be hot in the kitchen early on in this contest, as you'd expect in a round one game. And a big game at that for both these sides as both rucks cancel each other's hit-outs. Up there was Jamie Cortese, one of 9 players in this senior lineup to have played at an under-19s flag back in 2022 for Bulleen Templestowe. And there's a couple on the sidelines as well, as we'll have this ball tossed up now inside forward 50 for the Bullants as Hayden with the big slap. There's a high free kick going in the direction of Jake Sticker, who could go back here. He looks to set up, tries to evade the man on the mark in Hodgson, who's had a good start, gets the handball away. The shot on goal, it's fisted out really well there by Thomas Davis. No teammate of his could pick up the ball, and it's going to be locked up at the top of the goal square.
Very lucky then, Warrandyte. That ball come to the front of that pack, and there was just nobody there for Warrandyte.
Owen Michael Watts to go up in ruck now against Taylor Hayden with the nice headband there. Michael Watts must be said, as Hayden won the fist down to Zach Carroll. He'll be crucial today, but that kick will be cut off here. Looking to get it back here is Lachlan Sticker. Got the quick handball away. His handball was too hot there for Jamie Cortese, and Oscar Hodgson. Plenty of ball in these early stages. Goes a high up and under ball, and the mark is taken there by Mitchell Wilson. Got a player over the top. Pushed in the back nearly there by John Ross on senior debut. The handball there. Ross might run onto it. He doesn't. And this ball locked up, this time inside forward 50 for Warrandyte. They moved that ball quickly from defence.
A lost opportunity there for Warrandyte, just a bit of fumble at the wrong time.
As we go down boundary side for the first time today to Ryan Long.
Thanks, Josh. Just a number change. Joel Matheson now wearing number 47 instead of the usual 13.
Thanks very much, Ryan. So we're about 40 metres out. Warrandyte goal line going up unattended. There was Ross that time. The ball bounced away from him. The forwards for Warrandyte right on the hammer. Good tackle there by Oscar Hodgson. We'll have another ball up. They've inched closer. 35 out. So once again unattended. Ross got a double fisto. That was okay. Carroll got it away, scrambling. Kick by Palmer. Went across the centre half forward line. They've got the numbers of Bullants. Picked up by Sticker. Got the handball over the top. They'll use the member side here. Down the wing it goes. Getting very, very close to the boundary line. But getting back and taking a very strong mark there was Nick DePrew. Pretty close to the man on the mark there. Kicked it up the line, getting Jukes on. That time was Myers, couldn't quite pull down the mark, getting underneath it. One of the co-captains, Anderson, can't quite release the ball. The umpire will come in and bounce this one right in front of the canteen out here. Speaking of the canteen, the barbecue's got Kranskis and bratwurst, one of the best array of barbecue meats that I've seen at local footy. I'm very impressed with that.
I'll give the burger 8.5 out of 5 in honour of Blake Tennant.
Very nice.
Who's watching on from Los Angeles is Blake Tennant.
No doubt he's having a blast. I'm really enjoying watching his time over there. It's a strong tackle that time by Josh Myers. Sees the ball to be bounced across the half-forward line for Warrandyte. Still no score in this game. We've crossed 6 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Under a little bit of pressure, Bulleen Templestowe. They've had control of the ball basically for the first 5 minutes, and now it's in their defensive 50.
Ross went up early, got a little flick behind over the boundary line. She goes.
Yeah, the forward stoppage game really being evident at the moment. Warrandyte really getting the territory on their terms.
This ball tossed in on this broadcast side, right on the cusp of the 50-metre arc out here for Warrandyte. Will kick to the left of your radio dial. Bulleen Templestowe to the right as they pick up this ball. Do the Bullants through Lachlan Stick at a pretty decent start. This ball will get eventually to Ben Ellery. Got the handball away quickly. Got a player over the top with the kick. Couldn't find him. That was Terry Brukovalis.
Look, you can see what Bulleen are trying to do. They're trying to break that scrimmage open and get a runner on the outside all the time.
Paul Yukone in the score centre.
Got some early scores from Divi 1, Bayswater 117, Montrose 1 straight 6, and Murrelbach 117 to Norwood 3 behind.
Hayden just out-muscled Ben Ellery there. Couldn't find his teammate. It'll be intercepted. The handball over the top is a good one to Jamie Cortese. Hayden comes charging through once again. They eventually get it to Cole Appleby. His kick will be nearly cut off. Ellery got the backwards tap. It might be in the favour of Warrandyte. It's pushing the back free kick going in the direction there of Alex Simpson on debut for the Bloods. The nice stance step goes on this broadcast side. It is a really good kick to Jack Wilson on the left half forward flank. Under pressure, gets the kick inside 50.
Moved it very quickly. That's what he had to do.
That is great play. Wilson...
He's got to go back now and kick this, make the opposition pay.
Well, he was looking at Cole Appleby, who was deeper in the forward pocket.
Yeah.
This is on the broadcast side out here.
You back your forwards in to kick a goal from where he is, Josh. You have to back him in.
He's kicked 29 goals in his senior career in 63 senior games with both Warrandyte and Churnside Park as he comes in. And it's just drifting to the left, way left in fact. Just snuck through for a behind. One behind Warrandyte. Bulleen Temp yet to score. 8 minutes gone. Paul Yukone in the score centre.
Scores from Divi 2, Waverley Blues 1 straight 6 to East Burwood yet to score. Ringwood 3 behinds to Mulgrave 2 behinds. And Heathmont 1 goal 6 to Templestowe yet to score.
Sticker to sticker. We'll hear that a few times today. No doubt about that. Short passes on.
Just look at that crowd in the background. A lot of people here watching this game today.
Geronglou on the left boot. It was a shocking kick in the end. It's been chopped off. Warrandyte a chance to go forward into the pocket. Mark almost taken there by Wilson. He should have taken that in the end. Geronglou wanted to make up for that missed kick. Later, very quick tackle just to bring the stoppage. So right forward pocket for Warrandyte. Currently leading this game by 1 behind. Rucks go at it. A lot of plays around this ball. Will it somehow get released? Over the top there was John Ross laying a tackle. Going nowhere.
Looking dangerous when they go into 50, Warrandyte at the moment.
Holding in the ruck contest. Sticker was there. The Lockie variety.
Just on these stoppages, I'd just like to see a Warrandyte player out in the corridor. Out on his own. If you get someone out there.
Another confirmation for you. Blake Tennant currently watching from his hotel room in Orlando, I believe. He's just messaged me.
Very nice. Ogilvie couldn't get a little backflip. He almost tried to kick that one through soccer styles. Still across the half forward line for the Bloods. Wilson trapped the ball. But it was a strong tackle there by Jackson Anderson, leading from the front, the co-skipper. And we will have a boundary throw in about 40 metres out from goal.
He did message me as well, Blake Tennant, asking to pump up the fact that he's over in the States at the moment, having the time of his life. Hello to Blake. If you hope you're enjoying the coverage as hopefully everyone is enjoying this coverage so far of the Eastland match of the round. Paul Ukone.
Got some Divi 3 scores. Donvale 1-8 to the Basin yet to score. Fair Park 2 behinds over Coldstream 1 behind. And Oakley District leads Sylvan 2-1-13, 2-1 behind.
Just the kick inside 50 was interfered with from Palmer by Sticker. His starting kick is a really good one in the direction of Maxwell Donovan. Has it at the right half back flank for Bulleen Templestowe. Goes short. Owen Michael Watts plays on immediately. His teammate Dan stepped past his opponent, but his kick was cut off. And running onto this is Lucas Fellow. Sends it to centre half forward. No mark could be taken for Bulleen Templestowe players there, and they eventually work it out. They go through the middle of the ground, and the mark taken by Andy Sinclair. Got the handball over the top there to Tom Abbey, and running onto it here is Daniel Martino, who gets the first goal. And Daniel Martino has the first goal for the Bulleen Templestowe Football Club in the EFNL, or in the seniors at least. The Bullants 1 straight 6, Warrandyte 1 behind.
It wasn't a clean entry by Bulleen into the forward 50. They fumbled the ball, but they were still pushing it forward, and in the end kicked an easy goal.
Yeah, it was the numbers that won out, Ray, wasn't it? Just the ability to be able to transition the ball, push the ball forward at any cost, and end up getting the score on the board.
And he's marked himself in the history books as well as the first senior goal scorer for Bulleen Templestowe.
It's Bulleen Temp folklore and trivia history.
Wonder if they had a few wagers going on.
Well, you've got to have first goal, don't you?
That'll come up as a quiz question in the future years.
Yeah, I reckon. Ball back in the middle now. Can they get on a bit of a run? There's a little kick over the top there by Hodgson. Was picked up, though, there by Bogler. His kick was dispossessed. Got it back, though. Now it'll be Sticker on the right boot. Goes inside forward 50. It was a good kick, too. And out in front, Tom Davis takes the mark. A few whistles going on, so I'm not too sure what was screaming across is Lachlan Sticker.
Dude, they got stickers everywhere, haven't they?
Yeah, I think all three are brothers.
Short pass was on. It had a little bit too much purchase on it for Josh Dicker. He got dispossessed by Hodgson. It came out the back, though. That was Nelson. Got dispossessed as well. The tackling ferocity is really good from both sides early in this game. As it comes out now, Hodgson again. He's had a bit of it. Got the handball away. Nelson just got boot to ball. It's outside the centre square. True centre wing position. Scoots out now. Palmer came in. The umpires paid a free kick. It's going the way there of Aitken, but advantage was paid. The kick goes over the top. Here's Beasley. He got Appleby, I should say, scrambled a kick inside forward 50. They're making hard work for themselves. Carroll on the right boot. He kicks it towards the top of the square. It wasn't intended, but it's worked out perfectly because Josh Beasley, the big forward, he was in front and he'll go back and put it through from 20 metres out.
I reckon he meant that, Ben. The way he hooked that over his shoulder. He saw the player there. You have a look. He saw the player there. He was not kicking for goal.
Yeah, fair.
I think it was the presence of mind.
Yeah.
I thought it was just that senior experience, presence of mind to be able to get the ball forward, and Beasley took them up.
Yeah. And they've got to kick this to answer that one that Bulleen Templestowe kicked a minute or so earlier.
It's as good as home. Beasley comes in, makes absolutely no mistake, and Warrandyte get the quick answer back here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and they reclaim the lead out here at Ted Ajani Reserve, and they lead by one solitary point, 1-1-7 to 1 straight 6.
The opening that we've probably all expected. Both sides have been very nervous, Spider, in the first 5 minutes or so, but they've sort of settled down now. I like the run when Bulleen Templestowe can clear it from a scrimmage and run the ball forward. They do that very well.
Yeah, they do. That's the way that they've got to play. They've got to use the ball at every opportunity to run Warrandyte off their legs.
Goal starting to flow. Paul Ukone, score centre.
Montrose lead over Bayswater 2-3-15 to Bayswater 1-1-7. Moorbark lead 2-1-13 over Norwood 4 behinds, and South Belgrave and Park Orchards lead by a behind to no score.
As it's forward of centre for Warrandyte. They eventually work it out again, do Bulleen Templestowe through their captain Fogler. Got it to Josh Sticker. Over the top he goes to David Dakin. Into the middle of the ground he goes. A dangerous kick. Andrew Sinclair with a really good mark ahead of the Warrandyte debutant there in Joel Matheson. It's a dangerous kick though. It'll be cut off. It almost went backwards, and Appleby will run onto this ahead of Lachlan Sticker. Try to find Mitchell Wilson there with the kick, but couldn't. Out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
The intent is there from Bulleen to be able to get the ball in quickly, so that is a really good sign into their key forwards.
Yeah. Some of their hand passing, though, it has not been bullet-like. They've given air, and then that air time is what Warrandyte's been able to get to and tackle.
Hayden another tap down, looking this time for Zach Carroll, wrapped up by Logan Paris. Right in front of the old scoreboard here at Ted Ajani Reserve. Great to see that's still up as Hayden won the tap down, slapping it forward, looking for Appleby. The Cole variety, of course. Josh Appleby not playing today for Warrandyte, ball not going anywhere, right in front of the Bloods interchange bench, right half forward flank for them.
What do you reckon they use that old scoreboard for? There's a few people hanging about in there.
There is.
Sponsors box probably makes them $1,000 every Saturday.
There's only one person in there though, so it's an expensive spot to go watch the footy for $1,000.
It's your timekeepers.
Yeah, timekeepers.
There you go. Short passes on. Lachlan Sticker's had a fair bit of the football early in this quarter. Doing well so far. Give the player a wrap and he scrambles the kick. Paris.
Free kick.
Free kick though, because Will Nelson came in late, just a little bit over the shoulder. A chance again now with Bullants. Kick goes right up towards the wing position, over the top there. That time Fallows swung around on his right boot and out of bounds on the full. Free kick going the way of Bulleen Temp. Let's go to Paul Coney over in the score centre.
Good contest over early at Jubilee Park. It is Mulgrave 2-2-14 to Ringwood 1-3-9.
Thanks very much, Paul, as the Bullants go forward once again. Ball just sitting up in the breeze. That time at the fall of the ball, Abby was there. Little handball out wide. Here's Andrew Sinclair. You little beauty. Knew how to read the play, was right there for the handball and got the job done. So second goal on the board to the Bullants, and once again the lead does change and it goes back the way of the home side. They're kicking straight on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we cross the 17-minute mark of this first term in the first game of the year 2025. It is Bullants 2 straight 12 and Warrandyte 1-1-7.
Been lively, hasn't he, Sinclair, so far at the starter part of this game. So he's a player that we're going to really have to watch throughout the course of this contest and throughout the season.
I get the impression, though, that Bulleen want to kick the ball long in the air and get guys like Sinclair front and centre of that pack.
We'll get him one out, too. Yeah.
As Ellery will go back up in ruck against Taylor Hayden out here in the middle of Ted Ajani Reserve as ball is tossed back up. Hayden probably won most, if not all, of the hit-outs this game. Slapped forward there by Gorish, but it's intercepted. Carroll got it to Hayden. He's had a dominant start as the big ruckman from Warrandyte. His kick goes out wide, and it'll be cut off here. Picking up cleanly there was Liam Chu. Got past two. Will go on to his left. Looks to go down the line. Hayden might cut it off. He went the fist instead. Went straight down to David Dakin. High up and under ball to Andrew Sinclair with a really good mark.
He used his body well then. Took the opposition out of the contest.
He did. He's got a lead just outside forward 50. The backwards airball was a really good one. That might have been a throw there from Maxwell Donovan. But eventually Warrandyte get hands on this. It's cut off though. David Dakin, one of the stalwarts of this Bulleen Temp lineup, goes into the middle. Lachlan Stick out a really good start. Looks like he's playing off a half-back flank. His two brothers, Josh and Jake, playing forward or midfield as he goes short. Sticker, he'll get it back here from Logan Paris. Sticker inside forward 50. No mark taken on the ground there. Looking to get the free kick was Tom Abbey. And I'll just clear it out through hands for Warrandyte. Out to this broadcast side. All by himself there is Harvey Wilson at the left half back flank for the Bloods. His kick was nearly chopped off. Alex Simpson took a really good mark. Looks to go through the middle. He's got to play all by himself. Drop the mark there. Did Nelson under pressure from Sinclair. Wrapped up in the end by Ghosh. And it'll be a ball up in the middle of Ted Ajani Reserve. It's certainly hot in the kitchen early on out here. As the Bullants lead 2 straight 12, 1-1-7 Warrandyte. 19 minutes gone first quarter.
Both sides are prepared to move the ball on at all costs.
Early score out at Surrey Park. Wani South lead over Surrey Park 1 straight to no score, and the Basin lead over Donvale 2 straight 12 to 139.
Ray Baird's up and about, but I know you tipped Wani South as your roughie. You still tipped Surrey Park in the record though. You tipped them in the record.
Drove past Surrey Park as I lived just down the road from it, and it was a bumper crowd out there today. Really, and that was before midday on the way to get Spider. As a little handball out that time by Nelson, linked up okay with Simpson. Series of handballs, just couldn't link up, but Carroll came in for support. He was brought to ground by Cortese, and we will have a ball up just outside the centre square. Almost 20 minutes past now into time on. we hit in the first quarter. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. 98.1 Radio Eastern. Of course, streaming live around the globe, including wherever Blake is. I think he's in LA at the moment. On YouTube and Facebook. They'll be happy his Golden State Warriors were losing earlier, but they're back in front now, so he'll be breathing a little easier. Carroll.
I'll tell you what, Montrose are doing all right without him.
It's only early days. As the kick goes in the middle of the ground. Oh, they're just trying to rush it a little bit too much, but it might work out okay here for Hodgson. Goes inside forward 50. The big long kick goes out towards the half forward line. Sort of sat up in. Doesn't seem like when you go outside it's a decent enough breeze, but it looks like the wind's catching the football a bit as we go to Paul Yaconi in the score centre.
Yes, Sylvan have come back a bit here. It's a 1 point lead to Oakley District, 3-2-20 over Sylvan, 3-1-19.
To bring the ball back into play. Aiken went up in the ruck, was stolen by Sticker. His kick was smothered. Another chance for the Bullants to kick up towards the wing position. They seem to have the numbers here. But once again, the strong tackling by Bradford and co brings to ground Owen Michael Watts. Just rolls off the tongue very nicely, that name, doesn't it? Owen Michael Watts.
Some good pressure by both sides early in this game. Really impressed with the level of tackling.
Staying on true centre wing, far side, right in front of our boundary rider, Ryan Long, this afternoon, our illustrious leader. Doing some great stuff.
Illustrious.
Once again, he's trying to get closer to the ball. Ball tossed back up. Locked in there with straight sticker by Oscar Hodgson. A really good start.
Look at that. I can see he's got his mic up.
Yeah, I've paid Josh for these sort of compliments.
Ball tossed back up. One down there to Jamie Cortese. Another member of that under-19s premiership in 2022. Paul Yaconi, score centre.
South Belgrave lead over Park Orchard. South Belgrave 2-1-13 to Park Orchard's 1-1-7. And Muralbark have got the jump on Norwood, 4-3-27. Muralbark over Norwood, 5 behinds.
It's intercept after intercept. Ellery just chucks it on the boot, sends it to the left half forward flank. Trying to run onto it there was Martino, couldn't, and it's locked up once again by Lucas Fellows. Of course, come across from Lancefield, former Thomastown man. It's been quite a few years in the Riddle District and the Northern. He's moved across to Warrandyte this season as the tap down by Owen Michael Watts. Got it down to his teammate. He might get it back here, but he's under immense pressure. Well, not going anywhere. The good tackle there by Alex Simpson, and it's inside forward 50 though for Bulleen Templestowe. They lead 2 straight 12. Warrandyte 1-1-7. Just under 23 minutes gone in this first quarter of the Eastland match of the round between the Bullants and the Bloods. As the tap down there, won by Owen Michael Watts. And Dean O'Neill calls for it.
Just one of those names also that you've just got to say the whole thing.
Yeah.
As well.
I'm pretty much just going to stick with that. As it is, Watts, who nearly won the tap down, followed up his own work. Ball hasn't really moved in the last couple of seconds. I'll throw over to BWS to get something happening.
So, about 35 metres out from the Bullants goal line. Owen Michael Watts goes in after his own football. Little handball over the top. This might work out okay here for Paris. Got the handball backwards. Can they squeeze something up here to the top of the goal square or thereabouts? It drifted to the pocket. They might have the numbers picked up by Martino, brought to ground. He couldn't get boot to ball in time. Good pressure. The Bloods backs doing their job there, and we'll have another ball up.
Montrose lead over Bayswater, 3-5-23 to 3-2-20.
20 comes out now. That could have been holding the football, and the umpire is going to pay it, and so it should have been too. So Ghosh was dispossessed and had the prior opportunity. So it'll be Myers on the right boot. Drives the ball out wide. Getting in the front spot there was Liam Chu. Couldn't bring the ball to ground. Chiming in there was Aitken. He just lost the football in the end, so a chance for the Bullants to go inside forward 50. Carroll was there to mop up for the Bloods. Backwards to go, forwards they go. Linking up okay. Here's DePrew on the left boot. Had to hit the target and did hit the target. Nice lead there, Harvey Wilson. And he took it, and he got a little bit for his trouble from Hamish McLean, and a 25-metre penalty to boot.
So just a bit over anxious there, wasn't he? Defending.
Just actually didn't need it. It's almost you're upset that you were behind to let him take the chest mark as the kick goes down right in front of us here in the broadcast position where Tarongaloo takes the mark. So it'll go straight back in or thereabouts. It's barely the required 15, but the mark's been taken by Lachlan Sticker. Those fancy yellow boots we've seen many a possession already had goes to Josh. Sticker, rather in the middle, wearing blue boots.
Sloppy work there by Warrandyte. They've got to pick up these short kicks.
Rongaloo goes inside forward 50. Ball hits the deck. Oh, and Michael Watts is in there, but he's not going anywhere. He's not able to get it because Lucas Fallows hands the ball back to the umpire. Paulie Coney, more scores.
Yes, Coldstream lead over Fair Park. Coldstream 3-1-19 to Fair Park, just the 3 behinds.
Will be tossed up once again, and forward 50 for the Bulleen Templestowe Bullants.
They're getting the territory going on their terms, Bulleen Temp at the moment. They're certainly working this uncontested marking game around.
Hayden, another hit out. Harvey Wilson, the clearance. Goes straight through the spine. It'll be cut off here by his fellow number 15 and Liam Chu. His kick was smothered, almost unintentionally by the Warrandyte player. Bogler picks it up. They eventually get it to Josh Sticker. Might have been taken high. Still got a handball away to his brother Jake. Got it quickly there to Ben Ellery. Sends it inside forward 50. Got a couple of options. Warrandyte have the numbers on the ground. They'll look to clear. They do eventually through Nick DePrew. Get it out to Cole Appleby. Quickly to Jack Bradford, who sends it long down the line to Mitchell Wilson. Can take a bounce if he wants to, but will just set it up inside forward 50. Good mark taken by Josh Beasley.
And a great pass to him as well.
Yeah.
Just put the ball out in front of him to run.
Well, it's a lot better, Ray, because before that they were dump kicking. You just can't afford to do that when you get possession of the ball in that circumstance. That was a lot better process going forward.
Goal number 2 for Josh Beasley this afternoon on around about a 45-degree angle from 35 metres out, or 30 metres out. Now pretty big arcs out here at Ted Ajani Reserve as he comes in now. Let's fly to the right. Minus score for Warrandyte. They move to 1-2-8. Bulleen Templestowe 2-12. Just ticked over the 27-minute mark of this first quarter on the scoreboard.
Waverley Blues lead East Burwood by a goal. You'd like that one, Spider. Thanks to the Catfish for letting us know those scores. He's out there today taking photos. Lachlan Sticker drives the ball in. It's a big kick too. Went over the back. Oh, Michael Watts is in there. Brought to ground, and we'll have another ball up. 27.5 gone here in the first term. 98.1 Radio Eastern all afternoon, and of course YouTube and Facebook around the globe. Local footy's best broadcast coming right to the sun-drenched Melbourne in early April. So now the chance for the Bullants. Linking handball in the middle. This is okay. Here's Jake Sticker. He might have enough to go all the way here. Instead he poked it forward. It wasn't a high percentage kick, but at the fall of the ball, Martino goes around the body and let off there. They could have made them pay. It was good end-to-end football, but minor score is the result. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows at the 28-minute mark of this first term. It's a 5-point lead to the home side, 13-8.
The transition game at the moment, Bullants is really standing up during this first term.
Jack Moss, former North Ringwood man. But this kick in goes to the far side. Went over the top of Valerie. It fell to Will Nelson, one of the new players for this Warrandyte side. His kick was chopped off. Lachlan Sticker had a lot of possessions in this first quarter. He gets it back from Ben Ellery.
Yeah, level ball game out at the Basin. It is the Basin 2 straights to Donvale 1 goal 6.
Bit of an accurate kicking there from the Bales out there at Batterum Reserve as the tap down was read well by Jackson Anderson. Got it to Sticker. Sticker goes long down the line. And the intercept mark taken at the left half forward flank for Bulleen Templestowe by Warrandyte as they look to just slow it down here for Lucas Fellows. Goes down the line, got a couple of options. The big boy there can take the mark.
Just notice Andrew.
Yeah, he's just He's just incognito his way in, right in front of us.
Why wouldn't you come down here as well as we get this ball tossed back into play? Ellery, Hayden on the tap down, looking for Carroll, who was held without it. And take this free kick on a couple of possessions early on this game, Carroll.
Professional free kick that was. I was going to say, like, I don't know what happened there, but it didn't. He definitely played for that and threw it away, and then it went the way of Bulleen. So potentially that's how it was seen.
Score updated Churnside Park upon the call. Churnside Park lead 23-14, I believe.
Nothing.
If you've got another score, sorry.
I do. Sorry, Josh. I have a score from Surrey Park. Wani South 139 to Surrey Park 117.
Ball inside forward, 50 for the Bullants. Strong tackle. Fantastic tackle that time by Sinclair, who's already kicked one goal. He might get the handball off here. Shoots towards goal. Josh Dicker right to the goal line, and it can't go through because getting back in the last line of defence was Fallows, who just poked it out. Here's Carroll now for Warrandyte. They'll get a chance to reprieve here. They've got a little bit of space as Bradford takes the mark across the half-back line.
Gee, Warrandyte got out of jail then.
Certainly did.
Should have had another goal, Bulleen Templestowe.
Long first quarter, isn't it? It's already over 30 minutes. Is there still time left as the umpire's going to come in and bounce this one? Over to you, Paul.
Shootout at Sylvan Oakley District lead 5-2-32 to Sylvan 4-1-25.
It's a fantastic first quarter. Both sides out there, entertaining game by the sounds of things. Keep you up to date on that and all the others. As you go local for your football across the eastern suburbs today. Isn't it great to have footy back? And that's the siren sounding to announce quarter time out here at Ted Ajani Reserve. It went at 31 minutes that opening quarter, but it is the home side. Bulleen Templestowe leading this one by 5 points at quarter time, 2-1-13 to 1-2-8. Single goal kickers Martino and Sinclair for the Bullants, while the Bloods' only goal kicker was the big forward Josh Beasley, who has a couple of behinds as well. 1 quarter down, there's 3 to go, and so many more for the remainder of the season. We're excited. We hope you are too. Stay tuned on 98.1 Radio Eastern and on YouTube and Facebook, because we'll be back right after this, the second term.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Ted Ajani Reserve. It's a huge game today because it's their very first game in the EFNL for the Bulleen Templestowe Bullants, and they've got off to a good start here. They currently lead this game over Warrandyte, a season performer, by 5 points at quarter time. Slow scoring affair, but you know, you always get that. Sides trying to find their feet early in the piece, Spider, but nonetheless, it's a good start by the home side.
Really positive start for the Bullants. I think their uncontested marks have been a real factor in this game so far. If they can just get on top with their transition, they could really rip this game open. Because at the moment they look threatening every time they go forward. Guys like Sinclair and both the sticker boys, they just look every time like they get their hands on the ball that something's going to happen. So Warrandyte going to have to be really, aware of what's going on and understanding of when they've got the ball, what they need to do to defend the ground.
Got Ryan Long out on the boundary, who will be having a chat with one of the coaches soon. But Paul Yaconi will cross over to you for some around-the-ground scores at quarter time.
Yes, so in Divi 1, it's another entertaining game out at Montrose. Bayswater lead 5-3-33 over Montrose 4-6 30. Muralbark have got the jump on Norwood 4-4-28, 2-5 behinds, and South Belgrave currently lead over Park Orchards 4-3-27 to 2-3-15.
Very good, mate. And that's all you've got for us at this stage?
I'll definitely bring some more as we go early in the stages.
Yeah, no worries.
Scores there, BWS.
Sorry?
Some interesting scores.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's a bit of a lottery when you're going to round one, isn't it? Like at the start of a season.
Got some Divi 2. Sorry.
Yeah,
BWS.
You just keep
got
going, mate.
Some Divi 2 scores. Waverley Blues 3-3-21 over East Burwood 1-1-7. Mulgrave lead 4-3-27 over Ringwood 3-3-21. Surrey Park lead 2-3-15 over Wani South 1-3-9 in Divi 3. Donvale lead, very inaccurate Donvale lead 2-7-19 over the Basin 2 12. Coldstream lead by 17 at quarter time 5-2-32. Coldstream over Fair Park 3-3-15 and Oakley District lead 5-3-33 to Silverman 4-1-25.
Let's cross down boundary side
We've
with
got
Ryan Long.
the senior coach of the Bulleen Templestowe Bullants, Andrew Verga. Andrew, how did you see that first quarter? Hot start, probably controlled most of the game, but just the one goal in it. How did you see it?
Oh, I thought it was a pretty tight and tough contest, mate. They obviously brought the heat and they're a strong side, so we're just wanting to compete, mate. That's all we're looking for. So it was a good first quarter.
And the pressure was certainly up, a lot of tackles in the midfield, and you're looking to get the hands off pretty quick and use the stickers and your pace, and you're working hard. Is that sort of the thing you want to get through in this second quarter to create a bit of a lead?
Oh, we just want to play our brand, mate, keep running the footy, that's all, pretty much.
All the best for the second quarter.
Thank you very much to Ryan Long with a very straight-laced Andrew Berger.
Very much so.
Yeah, he wasn't giving too much away, but what you can say is that their uncontested work is certainly been a bit of a feature to date so far.
Ray Baird, your take on the first term?
Yeah, look, it was a great first quarter, actually, for Division 4 football. I liked the way the ball moved from end to end. The tackling was absolutely great. Bulleen Templestowe probably could have been another 2 goals in front, basically.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Ray. Yeah.
I think you're right.
Well, we're just waiting for the few last stragglers to get off. Ted Ajani Reserve. Who is Ted Ajani?
Oh, they nickname it the Taj out here, actually.
Thought Spider might be able to answer that one.
Question, I probably should know that. I probably have been told.
No, right. You can come back to us on that one as the second quarter's about to start. Here's Josh Ward.
Ben Ellery up against Taylor Hayden once again in this first contest of the second quarter. Ellery run it down to Sticker out of the Josh variety. Ball not going anywhere though. Carroll, one of the tacklers there on Sticker's teammate, and we'll have this ball tossed up right where it was. Getting the hands on the ball there was Jamie Cortese. As Ben Ellery goes up against Taylor Hayden again. The tap down by Ellery this time. Cortese got it out the back. Looking there for Ghosh, but Hayden did really well. Coming through like a steam train. They get the handball out here to Josh Myers, who gets the shot on goal. It's drifting back beautifully. And that is the first goal of this second quarter to Warrandyte and to Josh Myers, his first of the afternoon and of the season. The Bloods lead 2-2-14. Bulleen Templestowe 2-1-13 less than a minute played here, second quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, that's the sort of start that Warrandyte wanted now, and I think they could be kicking to the scoring end of this game because, to me, you look where they're bouncing that ball, you look up to our left there, the goals look a lot further away than what they do down to the right.
I feel it's a bit of a cross breeze, but that was an outstanding clearance work by the Bloods there to enable them to be able to transition the ball forward to get that goal. They really got that one with ease.
Well, I've got some information on Ted Ajani. He was a person born in Coburg and he passed away in Ormond. That's all I got.
How about this though? He was married to Nellie Doreen Preston. So two place names in that he married, and his parents were the Ferraris.
Ben, thanks for wasting 2 minutes of my lunch.
I was just intrigued as the ball comes in now across the half-forward line for the Bullants. And we'll have another stoppage. I love the colours of both these sides as well. It
looks like you're watching the West Coast Eagles, doesn't it?
Yeah, because they've got a fantastic kit. There's no doubt, and I've always liked Warrandytes, and no doubt you do too, Ray, with the old blood style. As Carroll goes up towards the wing position. Going to be taken right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Stocker came in, but handball went out. Here's Myers. Looped one over the top. That was okay. Palmer, they're working their way forward here. The Bloods, little handball. Backwards now. They'll have to go. They probably should have got boot to ball as Carroll got the handball away. Nicely done there that time by Aitken. Up towards centre half forward. 25-metre handball going towards Carroll. They're trying to use him a lot, and rightfully so. He's a clever player, but he's under a lot of pressure in that instant. And
the way the handballs were going, then I expected one to come into the caravan.
Carroll and Myers certainly having early impact in this second term.
Paul?
Guys, score from Beaky as North Ringwood lead over Beaconsfield 4-1-25, over Beaconsfield 3-4-22.
Carroll managed to get a handball allowed, couldn't find Josh Myers.
Just on those scores from Paul, a lot of nervous first quarters in the first game of the season.
Yeah, absolutely, which is what you'd expect. It was certainly, you could argue, a nervous first quarter out here for both Bulleen Templestowe and Warrandyte. There's no ruck could win the tap down. Trying to tap it forward there was Myers. Instead it's Tarongaloo. That's wrapped up and we'll have a ball up. Right half forward flank for Warrandyte. 55 metres out from their goal. Got the perfect view of this stoppage as it's Ellery, the young gun, going up against Taylor Hayden. Hayden another tap down, but the clearance to Sticker goes down the line right in front of us. Couldn't keep it in there, could Warrandyte. In fact, it did stay in. Running onto it there was Daniel Martino, just keeps it ahead of himself. But it'll be Warrandyte who gets hands on this ball first. Go down the right broadcast side wing, looking there in the direction of Lucas Fellows, who's wrapped up there by Martino. Ball not going anywhere. Slightly forward of centre for Bulleen Templestowe. Looking to the left of your radio dial this quarter. Warrandyte to the right. If you're tuning in on 98.1 of Radio Eastern FM, or of course streaming live across the globe on Facebook and YouTube, let us know where you're tuning in from. There's this ball fumbling around, trying to get clear possession. There was Josh Sticker. Got it out to Cortese. Goes to centre half forward. Picking it up there was Andrew Sinclair after the drop mark. Goes deep inside forward 50. Looking there for Thomas Davis. Got to kick off the ground. Martino might run onto this. Looks to get the high free kick. Does.
Played for that well there.
He did. And it's Lucas Fellows, the former Lansfield man, who gave away the free kick. And Martino, this is a much tougher shot than his first goal, the first ever goal for Bulleen Templestowe in the EFNL. It's on the wrong side for a right footer. It's right forward pocket, around about 15 metres out he'll be kicking from. He might be looking to go the check side here. If he does kick this, this would be certainly a contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. Great to have that back for another year as he comes in now. Does go the check side. Connects with it beautifully. 3-1-19, Bulleen Templestowe. Warrandyte 2-2-14. 5 minutes gone, second quarter.
Mark it down, boys. That's the goal of the game so far.
Ray, that was just really good play earlier in the piece of passage of play by Josh Sticker there, because the presence of mind to look inside to his teammate, to get the ball moving, and then the direct kick into the forward line. And that set up that goal. So that was really good play by the Bullants.
So 5-point lead to the home side. Lead change again. Any more scores, Paul?
Yeah, I've got a score from Muralbark. They are doing it comfortably over Norwood. 5-6-36 the Mustangs over Norwood 6 behinds.
Oh, they're struggling to kick straight, the Norsemen, aren't they? There's a ball in the middle of the ground, a chance to go through the middle again. Here's another chance. We haven't seen back-to-back goals yet this afternoon, so here's a chance, though, charging through Martino like a bull at a gates. He got another free kick. He might be just too far out to score. His kick was an absolute shocker, went straight into the arms of Simpson, so he was able to get it. Now they've got the numbers. Good tackle, though, there by Sticker. He's going to be rewarded. Was it? Or no holding on afterwards?
Just hung on to the tackle too long.
Yeah, okay. I think that's a little bit stiff, but anyway. A free kick going the way of Sharp.
All three Stickers have certainly looked lively today.
So Sharp, very indecisive, and then a very awkward-looking kick goes out of that defensive zone. Made it difficult for anybody to win clear possession, so we'll have the ball up. 7 minutes gone in the second term. 5-point lead, Bulleen Temp. Great to have them part of the best local comp in the land. As the ball comes out, little handball over the top, that time by McLean. He was looking for Sticker of the Jake variety, seen over the boundary line by Josh Myers as we go across to Paul.
Fair Park have got it back to 5 points against Coldstream. Coldstream still lead 5-2-32 over Fair Park 4-3-27, and Donvale is starting to build a buffer on the basin 4-7-31 to 2-1-13.
Ball toss back into play is Ellery and Hayden. Both could argue they got a tap down there, but ball not going anywhere. Locked up there was Alex Simpson by Jamie Cortese. He's been good early on as Cortese in midfield for the Bullants. As Ellery another tap down, looking for Sinclair. He's been impressive. The tackle applied there on Josh Myers and will be pinged.
Yeah, he took the tackler on and he got caught.
And it is that man, Jamie Cortese. He has had a good game in midfield. They've certainly got a talented midfield, do the Bullants, with the Stickers rolling through there. Cortese as well. Ellery and Owen Michael Watts in ruck as Cortese looks for options, goes to the pocket, offering a lead there. Looks like it's Thomas Davis, just tried to bustle his way through. Gave away a high free kick though. And his opponent lets him know about it afterwards.
It was just a bit sloppy, wasn't it?
Just a little. It's good coverage though by Warrandyte on the kick in the direction of Davis. They look like they're trying to get it into him at Bulleen Templestowe. This kick goes in the direction of Jack Bradford. Out to the far side now they go to Warrandyte. Taking the mark there was Cole Appleby right in front of his bench. The left half back flank for Warrandyte as he looks to go down the line. No mark could be taken. In fact, it was taken there by Nick DePrew.
Gee, that was a good kick. That was a good kick.
What is that handball?
Appleby gets it back, who did create the kick, but it wasn't the greatest handball there as this ball looks like it isn't going anywhere. In fact, it's a high free kick as we go down boundary side to Warren Long.
Just keeping a good look at Daniel Martino coming off the ground in the hands of the trainers, just getting a bit of work done on his ankle. We'll keep an eye.
Alex Simpson with the kick inside 50 will be cut off here by the Bullants as they look to repel.
So 5 points is still the margin. Michael Watts comes out to take the mark.
He's got a good headband too on Michael Watts.
Yeah, you're a big fan of that headband. We might have to get you one.
Has he been strapped up, or it's actually a headband?
I think it's a headband. I mean, I did get one over the summer, so I might have to look it out at times.
He's
So
going
just for show, or were you playing sport?
I bet he's out there doing the Olivia Newton-John, let's get physical.
No chance of that happening.
Put on a bit of Richard Simmons in the morning.
Maybe not.
As the ball comes in now, Hayton got the knockdown, but the Bullants have the numbers. So here's Dakin. Scrambly kick into the middle of the ground, but it was chopped off there by Palmer. A little pirouette, that was okay. Then thumped it on the boot. Goes inside forward 50, bouncing footy now out towards Beasley. Handball back inside. This might work out okay. Scrambly kick towards the goal line for Wilson, bouncing through to the right-hand side. and minor score is the result. Margin back to 4 points. 15 plays 19 as we find out some more important scores from around the east.
Yes, out at Jubilee, Mulgrave are starting to build a lead over Ringwood. They lead by 22 points. Mulgrave 6-7-43 to Ringwood 3-3-21.
As Bulleen Templestowe have moved this from defence to attack through the middle of Ted Ajani Reserve, and that's where it remains on the right inside the forward 50 arc. Directly opposite the scoreboard, retreats Bulleen Templestowe 3-1-19, Warrandyte 2-3-15. 11 minutes gone in this second quarter as Owen Michael Watts got the tap down. Ball not going anywhere. Paul Yukone.
South Belgrave are starting to run away from Park Orchards. They lead 6-4-40 over Park Orchards 2-3-15.
Interesting score there as Carroll got the clearing kick to Jack Palmer, who got it out here to Oscar Hodgson. Still forward of centre for Bulleen Templestowe on this broadcast side, around 60 metres out from the Bullants goal as the kick inboard. The mark was dropped there by Jack Bradford, locked up by Harry Vogler, the captain, or the co-captain of this Bulleen Templestowe lineup alongside Jack Anderson.
Look, if you're going to take as long as the kicker did, then you've got to hit your target. That kick was short.
Well, that was just too easy to it's easy to defend, isn't it? Get your numbers back.
As Carroll gets this ball back from Hayden. Been impressive for Carroll and Hayden so far this game. As they work this out again through hands through Warrandyte. Nearly running onto it there was Owen Michael Watts, but it's seen
Look,
out of bounds.
Warrandyte are controlling the ball, but I'd like to see that old theory of 2 hand passes and then kick it, because there's too many hand passes.
Paul Yukone, score centre.
Entertaining contest at Surrey Park. Wani South lead 3-4-22 over Surrey Park 3-3-21.
Anyway, on to centre wing broadcast side.
Knew that was
Picked up cleanly there by Hamish McLean. Harry Vogler got it to Lachlan Sticker. Sticker sends it inside 50, looking for Jake, who took the mark, got 2 bites at it.
Oh, thought about going, but then pulled up.
He might be going back for the set shot here.
He's too far out. He's going to take his absolute best.
He's looking to play on. Will wheel onto the left. He gets a fair chunk of it. Hits the post. At the length, not the accuracy. 3-2-20, Bulleen Templestowe. Warrandyte 2-3-15. 5 points the margin. 13 minutes gone, second quarter.
Playing with a lot of purpose, the Bullants at the moment when they get the ball through the midfield.
So, just an ugly kick in, but they might get away with it as it comes out. Hodgson, who's had a lot of the football, couldn't get boot to ball. Coming in, Dakin. Well, umpire said play on. Here's Josh Sticker. Carroll was able to chop it off, so it's a little bit of to and fro here for both sides, but the ball comes out towards the wing position. Now a chance for Warrandyte to drive it up, and a big fist over the back there by Brendan from Baruga. And he knocks it over the boundary line and out of bounds, as that's what I was told that his teammates like to call him. Brendan Ghosh. Brendan from Baruga. So,
catchy.
Glad I was able to work that one in.
Catchy. Very catchy.
As the umpire throws it in now. Nicely done there by Hayton, but just couldn't get boot to ball in time. There's Brendan from Baruga. Got the little knock on. Tackle there by Sticker. Made it stick, and we'll have a ball up. Squalls will keep coming on in.
Down at the Trows, that Montrose lead 8-9-57 over Bayswater 6-4-40, and Murrelbach lead over Norwood 7-7-49 to Norwood 1-6-12.
Well, Carroll's just in absolutely everything at the moment. Nelson was there, got brought to ground, strong tackle by Hamish McLean, and we'll have another ball up. Right in front of the barbecue today.
Free kick.
Amazing burgers, bratwursts and Kranskis. Get around it.
Free kick here to
Michael Watts has got the free kick. That famous headband. Little handball over the top. Paris on the right boot. Goes up towards the half-forward line. Scooted through the arms there of Sinclair. Kicked a goal in the first quarter. Running onto it there was Bradford. Absent support in the middle of the ground. They need the handball to stick, and Moss was there. Got it across to his teammate there in Bradford again. A little bit ugly football, trying to just win possession both sides. The umpire's going to pay some holding the man there. A little bit Tiggy Touchwood, I think. So, but free kick going the way of Logan Paris. He wanted to look inboard, but elected to go out wide. That's okay. Sinclair takes the mark right in front of the Bullants dugout.
He's got to look for a target here.
He's got Lachlan's sticker in the middle of the ground if he wants him. Instead elects to go along the boundary line. It was low percentage. It's going to stay alive, or is the paint going to beat all players? It does. Jan sees it over.
It just felt like then there was no one really pushing up the ground to give him that first option, and that's probably the only thing that they've just got to tidy up in their game.
Paul Yukone in the score centre.
North Ringwood lead over Beaconsfield 5-2-32 to 3-4-22.
Entertaining game out there at Home Park Reserve, and a good start from North Ringwood as it's inside forward 50 now for the Bullants. All McLean run onto it. He does eventually. Was wrapped up there. Wrapped up Joel Matheson. Ball not going anywhere. Right on centre half forward for the Bullants.
Really like to see North Ringwood have a good year this year.
This quarter, goals are hard to come by. 1-1 each to each side. Can't buy a goal at the moment.
As this ball tossed up, Michael Watts the tap down. Running onto it here is Jake Sticker. It's drifting back. It's going to be a minus score. I was going to say it was nearly a commentator's curse there, or a reverse commentator's curse there from you, Ray, but it's just a minus score.
But the Bullants are boys looking more dangerous at forward stoppage, so they're giving themselves a chance to score. It's putting a lot of pressure on the defensive part for Warrandyte.
Boundary side to Ryan Long.
Yes, Daniel Martino back on the field, moving okay, playing back in the forward line, and just on this far side, this crowd has really picked up behind me, so great to see. Perfect place to watch the footy on the hill.
DePrew's kick in was taken on the second bite by Fallows, who poked it up. That's good. Mark's been taken there by Aiken. Driving the ball along the wing, kept it low. It was a good kick in the end, and the mark being taken by Palmer. The umpire said it was touched. I don't quite know how that happened. But nonetheless, they've still been able to get out of trouble. Linking up nicely, though. Here's Wilson on the right boot. Just got to boot to ball in time. He just got that little tackle that probably just hurt the possession in the end. The kick goes in towards the middle of the ground. Charged upon there by Hodgson. Got down on a knee. It was like he was proposing. Got the little hairball out. And now the kick goes inside forward 50. Bouncing away, though, Liam Chu. He just dropped the football in the end. Could have almost been pinged for holding the ball. Umpire said it was play on. Charging after it again there was Ogilvie. Went for the second effort. Sinclair's in there. Players hit the deck. Umpire comes in and will ball it up about 45 metres out from goal. Around the grounds.
Waverley Blues lead over East Burwood 4-4-28 to 2-2-14.
Interesting game out there at Central Reserve. As the tap down, one by Aitken. Once again locked up. Dean O'Neill says, give it to me. Inside forward 50 for Warrandyte on the far side as Aitken goes up and gets it down. It's his opposing ruck, Watts, who got the ball clear, albeit temporarily from defence. It might stay out for longer. It does. Jake Sticker dancing his way out of trouble, goes down the line. No mark could be taken there by Tom Abbey on the ground. Plenty of numbers for both sides. Ball will eventually fumble its way out of bounds on the far side, right near the Bulleen Templestowe bench as we go to Paul Yukone.
Got a Division 4 score. Kilsyth lead over Forest Hill 4-4-28 to 3-2-20.
Good game out there at Coonung Reserve. James O'Sullivan's 350th. If you're around the area, get on down. As Watts tried to get a handball out. It's to Warrandyte's favoured though as they get the kick away to Wilson. That one of the Harvey variety. Handball to Palmer. His kick was a good one. Looking there for Hodgson. Couldn't take the mark. Bulleen Templestowe will get a high free kick.
They muck around with it, Warrandyte.
There was four of them there.
But this has been the problem with the way that they've played the last couple of seasons. Their transition game has not worked for them, and it's doing that again this afternoon.
Cortese goes out wide to Andrew Sinclair. Long down the line he goes. And the ball will bounce out of bounds right before it reaches Thomas Davis, right in front of the Bulleen Templestowe interchange gate.
And Josh, you would recognise all those young ladies sitting in front of the caravan, Warrandyte women's side?
Yes, I'm sure you would too. You called them early in the season, or last season, I should say.
I feel like there's an inside joke, but I just don't get it.
No,
as,
there
Zach
isn't
Carroll,
actually.
Zach Carroll goes in. Anderson over the top. Maybe we'll find out more at half time. As the kick goes up towards the wing position now, over the back, the Bloods have the numbers. Handball there by Myers, had a teammate for support. The kick goes up towards centre half forward now. Ball was drifting, but it came out wide there to Wilson. Handball over the top. He was looking there for Palmer, who had to lay the tackle from behind in the end. The numbers are still with the Bullants. Dakin was on hands and knees crawling after it. The ball was paddled out towards the Appleby direction. It comes to him now on the right boot, just poked it forward, and it was good. He had poise, and Ogilvie gets down low and takes the chest mark, and will have a shot on goal to level the scores out here.
That's better. Ball movement from Warrandyte. Their intent was a lot more purposeful there. Yeah. This is a real opportunity to go back and counterpunch when the Bullants take control of the game.
So, Ben Ogilvie, his debut for Warrandyte, looking to kick his first major in the red and white. An important kick as well to level the scores. Comes in now, starts it right. That's a magnificent kick. It went straight through the middle in the end. He used the wind for perfection. That's his first of the afternoon. That's his first in Blood's colours, and scores are level out here. Time on in the second term on the Eastland match of the round, 21 apiece.
Yeah, the boy from Chadstone come across this year to Warrandyte. His first goal, always good for when you kick your first goal for a club.
Looks very capable.
Kicked 36 goals last year for Chadstone in the Amos Division 3. Didn't go up against Bulleen Templestowe. We go to Paul Yukone.
Yes, as Oakley District lead over Sylvan in an entertaining contest. Over there at Sylvan, 8-3-51 Oakley District to Sylvan 7-4-46.
Nice scoring, entertaining contest out there at Sylvan Rec Reserve as Ellery's back up in ruck, got the tap down. Carroll went on to this, locked up. By circling, and the ball will be tossed up where it all started out here at Ted Ajani Reserve this afternoon for the Eastland match of the round between the Bullants and the Bloods. 22 minutes gone. Locked up at 3-3, 21 apiece as Hayden another tap down. Nearly running onto it there is Brendan Ghosh. Vogler tackles his opponent, Alex Simpson. And they'll have the ball up. Forward of centre for Warrandyte, right near centre half forward for them. They're kicking to the right of your radio dial. Bulleen Temp to the left. As this ball will be tossed up once again. Hayden had a really impressive game and he gets another tap down. Nearly running onto it there will be Bulleen Templestowe who do and clear their lines. Looking there for Josh Sticker. Was he held without it? No, he wasn't. Warrandyte have the numbers. Carroll trying to dig his way out of trouble. Couldn't. I will call for a true centre wing on this broadcast side. Right in front of us out here in the van at Ted Ajani Reserve as this ball will be once again tossed up. Plenty of stoppages as you expect in this opening game of the season for both the Bulleen Templestowe Football Club and Warrandyte Football Club. Ball not going anywhere and still on centre wing broadcast side.
Dare I ask, did anyone look at a draw for today? Megan would love it. We know she loves a draw.
A restart here, right in front of the broadcast position here. She loves a draw, does she?
Oh, she can't get enough of them. I mean, here we are trying to pack up at the end of the day, and you know she wants an extra 10 minutes. Fine, she's not getting paid any extra.
Carroll went after it, got the handball away. It was a strong tackle by Sticker. I said play on, slung around was Myers, and over the boundary line we go, and it's just moved forward of centre, so almost across the half-forward line here for Warrandyte. Paul?
Park Orchards are getting back into the contest against South Belgrave. South Belgrave lead 6-5-41 over Park Orchards 4-3-27.
Great stuff around the grounds today, Paul Yukone. Handball came out. It was intended for Carroll, but it was stolen by Cortese. Carroll then went, I'll have none of that.
Carroll's been absolutely magnificent.
Oh, he's been he's the best player on the ground,
been their
without
best
a doubt.
player by far.
He's the best player on the ground at the moment. I'm calling it.
Hayden's also been really good, I must admit, in ruck.
And field umpire was pretty happy with himself about something. There must have been a joke or something had on the field. He was laughing, very, very jovial.
High scoring contest out at Montrose. Montrose lead 8-11-59 to Bayswater 8-5-53.
Yeah, certainly an entertaining game against the old rivals. out there. And we'll have another stoppage. So it's been a few of these in recent moments.
It's been a bit of a game of cat and mouse but in this first half.
Kicks by Brendan from Baruga up towards the half-forward line. I'm just going with that today. As it comes out, as the handball goes up there, Davis is linking across. Stolen there by James Bradford, and we'll have the ball up.
It's almost become a rugby scrum, hasn't it?
Pretty much.
Well, it has been, but it's because no team is prepared to really take a risk in trying to open up the game.
Early in the game, but all these stoppages, Bulleen had outrunners where they could handball out to them, but they've sort of been closed off.
Yeah, the exits have been closed off through the source. Yeah.
There goes the half-time siren, and we're still all locked up 3-3-21 apiece. Paul, you had a score?
Yeah, I had some Divi 2 scores. Mulgrave are up by 35 points, 8-9-57 over Ringwood 3-4-22. And Surrey Park leads 6-3-39 to Wani South 3-5-23.
Look, Paul Donahue would look at that quarter, and if he looks at the inside 50s for the reward they got, he would not be happy.
No,
absolutely.
Look, they've just got to be a bit more purposeful when they go forward at the moment. Their ball transition is just a little bit lackluster. They need to tidy that up. Whereas when the Bullants go forward, they're looking a lot more dangerous, like they're going to score. And I think that's just due to the fact they're going a little bit more direct.
Half-time out here at Ted Ajani Reserve, where the scores are level 3-3-21 apiece. Daniel Martino has 2 goals for the Bullants, single to Andrew Sinclair. Whilst it's all singles for the Bloods, Myers, Ogilvie and Beasley. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 half down, 1 to go. We'll come back and talk about all things that happened in that first half and give you all those important around-the-ground scores right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, the preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the half-time out here. Bulleen Templestowe and Warrandyte locked up at 3-3, 21 apiece. Josh Ward here alongside our boundary rider, Ryan Long and Matt Spider-Lee. Certainly an interesting first half, a lot of stoppages, but also a pretty open ball game out there, Ryan.
Yeah, I certainly thought so. I thought the first term, Bulleen Templestowe maybe had a little bit more of the play. The second term, Warrandyte had those forward 50 entries where they weren't able to capitalise on. It is one of those scrappy games. There's a lot of contested footy, a lot of stoppages. We're going to have to see how that plays out and if it opens up in the second half. But you look at the likes, it is very clear from ground level. You can look at those guys who have played at a higher division before coming in. A sticker stands out, particularly Jake. His work rate across the ground, and you know, once he gets the footy, he's not getting tackled. He's off. He's very quick, and he uses the ball well. Same with Zach Carroll. You mentioned him on the broadcast a lot in that second term. Very clean with the football. And Bulleen Templestowe probably, Spider, have to pay a little bit more respect to him, a little bit more attention, because a couple times they've all gone for the footy and he's stayed out the back and he's been able to get a quick handball, and then he uses the footy really well as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. I mean, he gets off the leash so easily, and then when he does his work, he's just so diligent when he's got ball in hand, and giving him that opportunity to go forward. That's the thing, they've just got to be more efficient with that. Just every time they go into 50, Warrandyte, if they go in and are more efficient, then they're still going to give themselves more opportunities to score. On the other hand, though, the Bullants, what I have liked about them is when they do transition the ball, they do look like they're going to score if they go inside 50. And I think they've also put that forward territory game, to a really high level. I think their forward pressure has been really good. They haven't been letting the ball out with any ease, so they've really been putting pressure on the Warrandyte defence, so they can't transition the ball as easy as what they have during parts of the game.
Absolutely, and there have been some standouts, as you mentioned, Zach Carroll, the stickers. I've been impressed with Taylor Hayden in ruck as well.
The ruck jill's been good, Josh.
It has been, and I think Taylor Hayden has gotten the advantage only just because he's had he looks dominant on the inside, looking to rack up those contested possessions as well. I mean, there's certainly others. Lachlan Sticker, you could argue, showed some flashes of promise as well. Is there any other player that stands out to you, Spider?
Look, I think at the moment, with Lachie Sticker, the only thing I would like to see with him is when he has ball in hand, if he just lifts his eyes just a little bit more with intent. A couple of times he looks like he's going to deliver it very clean, and then he's perhaps maybe not picked or executed the right option. So for me, I just think for the Bullants, when they go during half-time, just maybe have a bit more of a discussion about caring and sharing the ball just a little bit more through that midfield and trying to get. I mean, even guys like Calls that came into the game, it was very good. It's great to see some of their players, being in all fours, trying to put so much pressure on. Their tackling pressure has been superb as well. So I really think this is really set up for an exciting second half.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. One player I want to have a look at again in the second half is Daniel Martino. Looked lively at patches.
He's been great. He came off the ground too.
Yeah, and that looked like a little bit of an ankle issue. Was getting a bit of work done with the trainers there, taped up, and he moved back on the ground and he pushed to the deepest forward when he did come back on the ground. I would see if he gets one-on-one. He looks very dangerous.
Sinclair's been really important too and prominent in this game. He looks very capable at the level, and every time it goes near him, he looks like he's going to do something positive with it. So I think that's one thing the Bullants would be really hoping in the second half, that if he can get ball in hand, then he can certainly give him an opportunity to score.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to check some scores from around the grounds with Divisions 1 down to 4 kicking off today. In Division 1, Bayswater, they lead against Montrose 10-6-66 to the D's, 8-11-59. North Ringwood lead as well against Beaconsfield, 5-3-33 to the Eagles, 4-6-30. Moorbark 8-7-55 over Norwood, 2-6-18. South Belgrave 8-6-54 to Park Orchards, 5-4-34. In Division 2, out at Central Reserve, Waverley Boys 5-4-34 to East Burwood, 4-4-28. 22 minutes gone in the second quarter. Mulgrave 8-9-57 to Ringwood, 3-4-20 till. Still no update from Heathmont Templestowe. Surrey Park 7-4-46 to Wantirna South 4-6-30, Spider.
And looking at those results through the first half, it feels like each side, when they've had advantage of kicking with the win, that they're taking their advantage, and sides who are kicking against it are really having to work hard and defend in those quarters. So in the second half, if the wind picks up, the side that's kicking with it in the third term is probably going to have to get a fair way in front so that they've got a bit of a buffer going into the last term. So some exciting games in prospect going into the second half.
Absolutely. In Division 3, Donvale 6-10-46 lead the Basin 3-2-20. Fair Park 5-3-33. Trail Coldstream 8-2-50. So still an interesting contest, but Coldstream are handy.
Yeah, it just looks like when they go into 50 there, Coldstream, their efficiency is certainly having a big factor in that game.
Absolutely. Oakley District in a high-scoring affair at Sylvan Rec Reserve lead 9-3-57 to the Cats 7-6-48. In Division 4, out of Kimberley Reserve, Croydon North Emlock, they trailed Turnside Park 43-20 at half-time. Still no update from Coonong Reserve, but at last checked it was 4-4-28. Killside to Forest Hill 3-2-20. So
that was one score I missed when I was on the boundary. That's an interesting game, and great to see that Forest Hill really competitive in the first half.
Absolutely. Any score that stands out to you the most, Spider, at half-time?
Well, I think when you look at, you go back to a couple of those Division 1, obviously, Bayswater certainly making a good fist of it against Montrose. North Ringwood obviously making some progress against Beaconsfield, as we alluded to in the pre-game. But I think when you look even in that Division 3 game, I mean, Donvale have certainly have had to work. I mean, they probably turned up thinking that the Basin was certainly going to probably not provide the opposition that that was expected, but the Basin is certainly giving it they're certainly giving it a go, aren't they? So
yeah, absolutely. We're going to go to an ad break here on this Eastland Match of the Round coverage live from Ted Ajani Reserve. When we return, the call team will reassemble for the second half of action out here between the Bullants and the Bloods.
It's jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Warrandyte Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Reserved for the Eastland Match of the Round, all locked up out here between the Bullants and the Bloods, 3-3-21 apiece. Just about to get set for the second half. Josh Wood here. Well, I would say alongside BWS, but he's not here at the moment. Ray Baird, Matt Spider-Lee, Paul Yukone, and Ryan Long down on the boundary. What do you expect from this second half, Ray Baird, Spider?
Well, look, I expect that Bulleen Templestowe, they'll fight back. You know, there's nothing in the scoreline at the moment, but Warrandyte controlled that quarter with so many forward entries. But as I said prior to half-time, they didn't hit the scoreboard as much as they would have wanted to. So the challenge is back to Warrandyte, and I think I can see Bulleen Templestowe coming out, Spider, and having a real red-hot crack this quarter.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Ray. I think if they can keep the way that their game style put the Bullants up, the way that they're trying to play this game, it certainly will frustrate the Bloods enough, and they could probably potentially open them up with their run and spread, particularly on this ground, and really make it hard for Warrandyte. I just feel at the moment Warrandyte are not using the ball with enough purpose to allow themselves the opportunity to score, and that's making it a little bit hard for them. I think the Bullants' defence has been really good, being able to intercept and then being able to create those opportunities through the middle part of the ground, and then connect up and give their forwards an opportunity to score through the likes of Sinclair up forward. So I think that's a really good opportunity for them going into this second half.
As the Bullants are now back onto Ted Ajani Reserve. Warrandyte just going through their final paces. Bulleen Templestowe getting their final message from one of the co-captains in Jack Anderson and Harry Vogler. Paul Yukone, you've got some scores around the ground.
So from Divi 1, Bayswater lead over Montrose 10-6-66 to 8-11-59. North Ringwood lead over Beaconsfield. North Ringwood 5-3-33 to Beaconsfield 4-6-30. Mooroolbark lead over Norwood. Mooroolbark 8-10-58 to 2-6-18. And South Belgrave lead over Park Orchards 8-6-54 to 5-4-34 in Division 2. Waverley Blues lead over East Burwood 5-5-35 to 4-4-28. Mulgrave lead over Ringwood 8-9-57 to 3-4-22. And Surrey Park lead over Wanturna South 9-4-58 to 6-6-42 in Division 3.
If only we had the commentator cam on right when that Surrey Park Wanturna South score was being read. Keep going, Paul.
Donvale 6-10-46, bit inaccurate against the Basin 3-2-20. Coldstream lead over Fair Park 8-2-50 to 5-3-33. And Oakley District lead over Sylvan 9-3-57 to 7-6-48. And in Division number 4, Kilsyth lead over Forest Hill 4-4-28 to 3-2-20.
Ben Warren Smith back in the call chair.
Yeah, it was great having a chat with some of the supporters, and it's a really good buzz around this place.
What's the sense, BWS, with the Bullants fans at the moment? How do they feel that they're applying themselves after the first half?
To be honest, I think everyone's just in a really good mood out here today.
Yeah.
No, it's perfect weather for footy. Footy's back.
Glad to have it back.
The team's doing well, and I think they're pretty quietly confident, Spider, to take home the double here today.
Yeah, they've played very well in the first half. They've defended really well and given themselves an opportunity.
How did that meat pie go down?
It was very nice, BWS.
Yeah, I can tell by the look of your chin.
And I appreciate you.
Good stuff. And
you managed to get down the driveway unscathed too, not like a couple of other FNL personalities giving me a lift in the past.
Very good afternoon to Wayne Brasher, because I know he's listening.
We drove past him on the way out.
So underway once again out here at Ted Ajani Reserve. Luckily, I've never decided to park in your driveway, Spider. So would have been a heck of a
journey. It's not that hard, mate. It's not that hard.
As Warrandyte will get this ball clear. It's at the back of the square for the centre for Bulleen Templestowe now, though. They still have control of the footy too, Warrandyte. Picking it up here was Mitchell Wilson. High up and under ball will be picked up here by Palmer. Kick went to the middle of Ted Ajani. It'll be run onto by Big Ben Ellery. Lachlan nearly picked it up. It's instead Lachlan's sticker. Got it to his brother Josh. Shrugged off one. Goes to the short dabbing pass, and it was a good one there to his teammate. And Jake got it back to Josh. Josh goes inside forward 50 of the sticker variety. As the kick was nearly picked up by Davis. Had a quiet first half. As this ball locked up.
He needs to come into the game, doesn't he, Davis? He's certainly got a lot of ability.
Paul Ukone in the score centre.
Got a score from Heathmont. Templestowe lead by 5 goals, 8-4-52 to Heathmont 3-4-22.
Surprising start, a big start there for Templestowe. This ball not going anywhere. Hayden wrapped up. I've balled up inside forward 50 for Bulleen Templestowe. Just inside it as Hayden got the tap down. Found his teammate looking there for Carroll, who runs onto it. Certainly been a dominant force in midfield as Carroll. Picked up cleanly, though, by Brendan from Baruga. I might stick with that as well now. It's picked up there by Josh Sticker, and we'll have a ball up. Paul Ukone, score centre.
Big start to the third quarter for Sylvan. They've hit the front against Oakley District 9-6-60 to Oakley District 9-3-57.
Jake Sticker, very classy, got himself out of a phone booth and then worked the ball inside forward 50, running onto it very nicely, as easy as you like. Bukavalis kicks the goal, and they get the first major in this third term. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they lead 4-3-27 to 3-3-21. Bukavalis is what I'm going with. I asked a few fans before the game. They said close. He's always like close enough is good enough.
Okay.
but wasn't that just really good play,
Let's
positive play by the Bullants there, and for Sticker to be able to get that ball, get it moving up forward, and then to in the end be able to get that goal. That's a really important one for the start of the quarter.
Stickers have been vital today for Bulleen Templestowe. Yeah. They've shown their class, their Premier Division class so far in this Eastland match of the round. The Bullants up against the Bloods is Ellery and Hayden. Fascinating rock duel, that one. Hayden another tap down. It was nearly sharp there by Jake Sticker. Ball still in the middle of Ted Ajani Reserve as it's kicked forward by Ellery. Gets it to centre half forward looking for Tom Abbey, who locks it up. There alongside Nick DePrew, and ball will be tossed up.
It's the level of clearance that they're getting the Bullants, the way that they're getting the ball out, whereas they're having to work a lot harder, the Bloods, when they do it.
This ball once again not going anywhere, and it's at the left half forward flank for Bulleen Templestowe. Balled up.
I reckon they should I reckon they should paint the back of the fences on that far side like yellow and blue. I reckon that'd look fantastic if they did that, something like that. Anyway, just my comments. As it comes in now, is Owen Michael Watts, a bit dyslexic there. Couldn't take the ball, came out. Carroll swung around on the right boot, kicked it up towards the wing position, but to no avail because Drongaloo takes the mark now. Poked it forward on the left. It's going to be okay. Martino's there. Gets down. He kicked 2 goals in the first half. Couldn't quite get the mark there. In and under. Sharp did well. Got the handball away. Kick goes up towards the wing position, but they've coughed it up again. This time, Sticker on the right boot. Making their way forward now. Cortese inside forward 50. Ball stays alive for Sinclair. Has a little bit of flair there. Backwards to go forward. Sticker of the Lockie variety. Just poked it right into the hot spot. The Bloods do have the numbers at the fall of the ball though, and they'll get it out of that danger zone as a clearing kick creates a foot race. Who's going to be the first player to meet it down here? Chasing after at that time was Josh Sticker. He really didn't go after it with enough purpose there, to be honest. He probably could have kept that ball alive, and over she goes for round and throwing.
And that was good play by Wilson, the Warrandyte player there, because he was the only one going charging in to get it.
Right off forward flank here for Bulleen Templestowe on this broadcast side. Hayden, the double fister, got it down there to Josh Myers. The clearing kick from the Bloods from defence stays in, and we'll have a bounce of throw right in front of us. Kone.
Score from Muralbark. They are doing it comfortably. 9-12-66 to Norwood. 2-6-18.
Big start there for Muralbark. You could argue the start of a new era with no Brett Lavers at the helm for them. Meanwhile, out here, Ted Ajani Reserve breaking a tackle. There was Myers, got it out to Wilson. keep it moving to Warrandyte. Not for long, Appleby couldn't take the mark, and we'll have a boundary thrown. Once again, right in front of us, centre wing on this broadcast side as both teams' midfield set up and both rucks get into position. It'll favour Hayden this ball in. It'll be called back, in fact. Once again, right in front of us, true centre wing on this broadcast side. 5 3/4 minutes gone, third quarter. Bullants lead by one straight kick. It's the tap down one there by Ellery. Looking to bustle his way through. He eventually got it to Cortese. Might have disposed of it illegally. He did. They'll take the advantage here. Will Warrandyte look to go the short option. It stayed in. The mark taken there by Mitchell Wilson. Down the ground with a dabbing ball. He goes. A good mark taken there by Josh Myers. Inside 50, he looks. Ooh. Big pack forms, come crashing through there.
Oh, that's gone. That should be gone.
It isn't gone.
That was holding the ball. He had prior opportunity there. He looked, and then he got caught from behind. Very unfortunate to not have a free kick paid then. So making his way to the front spot there was Mason. A little handball that though by Appleby, got it away. Kick was smothered on Hodgson. Picked up again by Appleby, just poked it out wide. It might sit up for Bradford. Bradford on the right boot, snapped it right towards the goal line. Fantastic goal. He got boot to ball, he let the wind work with it, and the quick reply goes the way of Warrandyte, and it's still goal for goal out here at Ted Ajani. An entertaining clash, 4-3, 27 apiece, 7 minutes gone, third term.
Forward stoppage goal, once again prevails, and that was really good work. They had to answer, and they did.
Good shepherding work on the line too there.
It was the only reason it made it.
Yeah.
Really.
Potential goal of the day contender? Potential goal of the day.
Well, I thought it was a great team goal. Yeah,
team goal.
I thought the way that they worked that ball out from that forward stoppage was really important.
Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
I love it. Great to have them back on board, Tobin Brothers, for the goal of the day. Also $50 Coles and Meyer gift voucher. This ball will be tossed back up in the middle of Ted Ajani, still locked up as Ellery will try to run onto it after not winning the hit out and managed to garnish a handball away. The handball from the Warrandyte man will be intercepted by Cortese. Got it to Jake Sticker. Sticker goes to centre half forward, looking for Andy Sinclair. Couldn't take the mark. It's there on the ground for Bulleen Templestowe. Bukavalis. Stolen there by Thomas Davis. Handball over the top to Dakin. Shrug past one. Could go the snap to the top of the goal square. Plenty of players parked underneath it, one being Zach Carroll. Took the intercept mark and looked to repel.
Carroll found Myers. Myers takes off, kicks it down the wing position. He was looking for Wilson. It was knocked away from him. Ball still sits up. Wilson goes charging back in. And the paint beats all players. And over she goes for a boundary throw-in. A little Warrandyte tacker wearing number 48 down there. Must be, just going to say, it might be a relative of Nick DePrew. I love seeing it when the young kids wear the Guernseys with the dads or uncles' names on the back. It's really cute. The ball back into play here, and another stoppage. Ball to be thrown up.
Beaconsfield are in front of North Ringwood in a close one there. 5-6-36 Beaconsfield to North Ringwood 5-4-34.
It's very much Paul. Jake Stricker couldn't release the pill, and it's inside the centre square now. You even get your food served on plates out here. It's just added a touch of class out here at Ted Ajani.
Yeah, very professional club.
Ball bouncing, went over all players' heads there. Carroll went after his same number in Dakin. Dispossessed him, but the short pass is on Sticker. This time it's Josh on the right boot. A lovely kick inside forward 50. Travelled every bit of 50 metres. Went over the head of Martino. DePrew was in there. Tried to get the handball away. Martino came back in. Tried to keep the ball alive himself. Right on his hammer was James Bradford over the boundary line. She goes for a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket. Bulleen Templestowe's end. Scores are level just as they were at half time. We're about to cross the 10-minute mark of this third term. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern and YouTube and Facebook around the globe. It was a very low and sharp boundary throw-in, which made it difficult for the ruckman, which meant that there was a push in the back paid against Martino in the ruck contest. So it'll be a free kick going the way of the Bloods, and they'll look to bring it out member side.
Taylor Hayden goes to this members side. Misses everyone. Out of the ball it goes.
Completely wasted.
And I don't know how long we'll be waiting for that ball.
Yeah, the ball's gone down. It's down on Thompson's Road.
Yeah. Seen a few cricket balls go down that way in the past.
Well, back when it was 4 for 8.
We got it back.
not off my bowling.
Lachlan Sticker in the meanwhile goes inside forward 50. No mark could be taken by Hayden. His teammate picks it up off the ground. They get it out eventually to Josh Myers, and that kick is again out of bounds on the full, and that nearly could have gone on to Thompson's Road as well. Free kick going in the direction of
kicking it to the little tacker.
Josh Tarongaloo, who's called to go back beyond the boundary line. He remained in when he took that kick to Tarongaloo. He's about 60-65 metres out from the Bulleen Templestowe goal line. There's a big pack in the right forward pocket for the Bullants. They have it here on this broadcast side as he heads in that big pack direction. Who will take the mark, or who will get the ground ball get? Was there a holding free kick? No, there wasn't. Owen Michael Watts got it out looking for Josh Sticker. It's Carroll who picks it up, got it out cleanly, as he has done for pretty much all this contest. Ball not going anywhere. And another ball up again in the Bullants forward 50, 11.5 minutes gone.
Important that they score here, the Bullants. Make the most of their opportunities. It's been down in their forward line long enough this quarter.
As Hayden won the tap down, looking there in the direction of Hamish McLean, who was taken high. He looked to handball it immediately to Lachlan Sticker. In the end, faked it. As he goes deep inside forward 50. Davis offering a lead. 3 Warrandyte players try to juggle the mark. They can't. They should have the numbers on the ground. They eventually do. Hayden got a nice handball out, and the Bloods are able to clear, although it's temporarily. Harry Bogler got it quickly to Liam Chu. Couldn't get it. Threatening ball inside forward 50, and Fellows just chucks it on the boot. They're piling on the pressure here are the Bullants, as there might be a holding free kick here to Tarongaloo. It is. Advantage paid. No mark taken. There on the ground was Abbey, but they cleared through Warrandyte. They're holding up well in defence. They get the handball back to Lucas Fellows. Fellows' kick is going to be intercepted, so Bulleen Templestowe piling on the pressure, applying the press. Can they be rewarded with a goal here as they send it deep inside forward 50? Sinclair from behind couldn't take the mark. Again, Warrandyte on the ground. They get it out to Josh Myers. They're holding up well for now are the Bloods. How long can they last as Bulleen Templestowe will once again go inside forward 50, and again the intercept mark taken by Lucas Fellows. Doing a terrific job by the Bloods defence.
Certainly is. Pass went out wide, Appleby. So it's an up and under kick, kept it pretty close to the line, but a push has been out on Josh Beasley. It's an early goal. He's a long way from home.
Yeah, well, he's had to push up the ground because he's just not getting any supply.
Yeah, it's true.
Free kick. Shepherded in the contest.
Yeah, Mitch Wilson. Short passes on. This is okay. A lot of players streaming into that forward 50 zone now. As an obscure kick going in. It was disappointing, and Will Mason takes an easy mark. The Bullants as we go across to Paul around the grounds.
Yes, Mulgrave well on top of Ringwood out at Jubilee. 10-11-71 to 4-4-28.
Right.
Oh, no.
Coughed it up here in the goal square, but getting away with it was Sticker. That was of the Jake variety, but he scrambled the kick away, looking for McLean. They've got the numbers here, the Bloods. Little handball over the top. This is going to work out okay here. And Wilson of the Harvey variety puts it through. And Warrandyte hit the front, the first back-to-back goals of the afternoon. And on the Bendigo back scoreboard, as we hit the 14.5-minute mark, it is Warrandyte leading 33-27.
How many times do we see teams have all the territory and then concede a goal?
It goes the other end and the opposition score.
Correct, and they just created something out of nothing there.
Yeah.
That was the meaning of that, and that was probably for the Bullants. They'll be really disappointed that they didn't make the most of their opportunities.
And the back line there of Warrandyte, they were under a lot of pressure for that first 10 minutes of that quarter, and the fact that they've got it up there and got a goal, that just relieves the pressure
and
off that
it's probably their best connection of passage of play for the afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, as BWS mentioned, they've got back-to-back goals, all single goal kickers in this game for the Bloods. They lead by one straight kick as Hayden the big fist. Can they build momentum from this goal? As locked up there was Mitchell Wilson there by Hamish McLean. Ball will be tossed up. as we go to Bulleen Templestowe in the score centre.
It's an exhilarating contest out at Sylvan, which I've probably said about an exhilarating number of times, but they are, Sylvan are up by 5 points, 12-8-80 to Oakley District 12-3-75. So the goals are coming Sylvan.
As Warrandyte go inside forward 50, Wilson of the Mitchell variety will get it back. In fact, that's Harvey who goes inside forward 50 once again. Lachlan Sticker, there was a bit going on off the ball.
He held up firm there.
He did Sticker. Tries to go to his brother Josh. Couldn't take the mark. Warrandyte could pounce. Get it out to Dupree. Jake wraps him up. That is Jake Sticker, and the ball will be tossed up. Left half forward flank for Warrandyte. They're slowly starting to get a bit of momentum in the last couple of weeks.
Beasley put his teammate under tremendous pressure then, that last hand pass. He could have turned around and snapped it over his shoulder.
Ball was definitely not on with the handball.
No. He telegraphed it and he was late doing it, and his teammate was covered.
Too sure what we're waiting on here. Something's going on.
Blood.
I feel like a pad came out of a
blood rule.
I'm watching this closely. I thought the card came out as well, but doesn't seem to happen. It looks like the two umpires might be about to speak about this here.
I think Dino just hasn't had enough coverage. I haven't seen him much actually. So
yeah.
Something happened over on the other.
It's a free kick to Warrandyte, though.
The umpire picked it
off
up.
the ball. Yep.
Yeah, way across there, and that's where there was a bit of a scrimmage before.
Taylor Hayton. Big ruckman getting the fall of the ball here on hands and knees was Simpson. Couldn't release it. They'll get the stoppage. Be balled up just in front of the Warrandyte goals.
Both teams just got to stay disciplined here. This is where you don't want to give away a goal at this time in the game.
So
Warrandyte need a few players out here.
So it could almost been a free
He's
kick
got his
there to
telescope
Beasley.
going.
I said okay there.
Clear it now, Ray.
Rongaloo,
Clear it.
not the clearing kick, but went straight down the throat there of Fallows. Fallows will drive the ball back in. We'll go around the ground soon. As the kick goes inside forward 50. Comes back, knocked down to Palmer. Palmer on the right boot. So who's going to have the opportunity at the back of the pack? There was Ogilvy. Somehow got boot to ball, but no. Just pushed it to the right-hand side. A little bit of extra breathing space. Margin out to 7 points. 34 plays 27. Let's go around the grounds.
Out at Montrose, Bayswater lead by 2 points, 10-8-68 to 9-12-66, and South Belgrave lead over Park Orchards, 8-8-56 to Park Orchards, 6-4-40.
Well, interesting scores around the grounds, that's for sure. As Lachlan Sticker again, another kick in. This time gets it in short to Maxwell Donovan. We're going to have a heck of a time with this mentor that we've got after the match of the round, aren't we, Ray? It's a kick.
Go back and kick a goal. Go back and kick a goal. Back yourself
if
in.
there's a player that can do this, it can be.
Yeah, go back and kick a goal, Carroll. He's a good kick if he gets onto it.
He was looking for options, but
I think he'll take off and play on a little bit to the right and just get that extra bit of meterage.
Not the biggest man on the mark in Josh Sticker is Carroll. Angles towards the right. Got decent purchase. It's drifting back. It'll fall short. Plenty of numbers on the ground. Will the Bullants be able to rush it through? They're able to lock it up. We'll have this ball in the goal square for Warrandyte. As the two rucks go up, it's Sticker who got it to his brother Jake. Goes to this broadcast side. Looking there in the direction of Martino, trying to force a contest.
I don't know.
Out of bounds.
Yeah, it's out of bounds.
Yeah, second grab was over the line.
Got that in stereo, didn't
Umpire's call for the boundary umpire was too far around.
Yeah, possibly. Paul, do you have a score?
Yes, Titanic struggle out at Beaconsfield. The Beaconsfield are up by 5 points, 5-9-39 to North Ringwood 5-4-34.
And if you look in the background, the under-19s there for Bulleen are getting ready for their game after this main game tonight.
The ball will be paid a mark to Nick to Warrandyte as they go inside forward 50 through the Bullants. There on the ground is Zach Carroll. Sticker will just tap it out of bounds. That is Jake. Another ball in. Of course, that's a twilight game, as you mentioned, Ray. The under-19, which is great to see some twilight footy. Plenty going around the ground.
Gold Coast beat Adelaide by 1
I was
point.
just about to mention that, actually, yeah.
For the 5 people in Australia that care.
but that's a significant result after last week. It just shows that they can win against the good sides, Gold Coast.
Who was it? Yeah, see, so it shows how much I care.
Ball comes out now. Picked up nicely there by Abby. Just got the handball away. Hold on there by Ghosh. Work their way up towards the wing position now. Coming in the big man over the back there, Hayton. Kept the ball alive. Martino laid some pressure there for the Bullants. They've won the football back. Hayton, strong tackle on McLean and rewarded as well. Great effort by the big man and absolutely letting you know all about it as well. Got the handball away to Carroll. On the right boot now, swings it from one side to the other. It might work out favourably here for Wilson. It sits up for him. Backwards he goes. That was okay. Goes to Broads, Bradford, inside forward 50, and the mark's been taken by Ogilvie, who kicked a goal. We saw a great goal kick by Ogilvie in that second term.
Yeah, that was a team lifter when he did that too. That sort of swung a lot of momentum in that second term.
You just get the feeling that Warrandyte are just sort of getting into their stride a little bit, and maybe will take this away.
Well, we saw him use the breeze to perfection in that second term with that shot on goal, and you need to start this one out right, exactly like he did down the other end. He needs to start it out right and let it work its way back, but he's confident that he can get there, but he's got right up and underneath it, so it's going to fall short. Double fisted by Anderson when he should have taken the mark. Ended up being quite dangerous, but it was okay in the end because Liam Chu was there to get the ball out, but he's kicked it straight out of bounds on the full.
It was a bit like the Darcy Moore double tap the other night.
Interesting kick there by Chu as Warrandyte go inside 50. Strong grab.
That's a good mark.
That is a good mark by Mitchell Wilson.
The kick wasn't the best, a little bit too much air time on it, but he did well to mark it.
He absolutely did, and Wilson could go back of the Mitchell variety. Of course, there's 3 playing today, Jack and Harvey. Harvey got him on the scoreboard. Can Mitchell follow what Harvey did earlier on in this contest? He's on a very tight angle. If he did kick this would definitely be a contender for Tobin Brothers' goal of the day. Wrong side for a right footer, around 30 metres out as he starts his approach from the scoreboard. Gets a decent connection of it to the left. Warrandyte missing a couple of chances. 5-5-35 the Bloods. Bullants 4-3-27, 23 minutes gone. Paul Ukone.
Surrey Park lead over Wani South 11-4-70 to 7-6-48 Joshua.
Thank you, Paul.
So stick up. The Lockie variety. Went one way than the other. Kick was good, so.
This is where Warrandyte players have got to pick up an opponent. They just can't let this ball get over the back.
But Spider, what they've done, they've blocked them going down the line. See, they've got to get crisscross. That was forced by Warrandyte.
Yeah, he's spot on. Forced the error. Now they've got another chance. So really on top in this quarter. Beasley has kicked it to the hot spot, and why wouldn't you go there? Follow the ball, Dakin on the right boot, and just as it's happened many times before, it's gone out of bounds on the full.
Will you tell that guy in the crowd stop calling for the ball?
just some errors creeping into the Bullants game in the last little while at the moment.
Churnside Park are up 81-34 over Croydon North Emlock at 3/4 time.
Carroll, back yourself in again. Have another shot.
I think I will be happy with these Panthers in this game. Carroll now goes for goal, brings it back. It's coming right back, right to the line, but through for another minor score. So 24.5 minutes tick away here in this third quarter out here at Ted Ajani Reserve.
Got to hold on here, BWS. The Bullants got to not afford to get a goal scored on them.
Well, they certainly can't now because they're a goal and a half behind. So if they concede another one, it makes it very difficult to come back from there as Hamish McLean takes the mark across half back.
There's a right in front of the Warrandyte bench where the under-19s of the Bulleen Templestowe Football Club are warming up as he tries to evade one. Still got it away to Logan Paris. Quick handball over the top looking for Jake Sticky. Won't get it. Carroll there again. Could have been whole.
That's great pressure by Warrandyte there. They just put the ball carrier under so much pressure.
They're just not letting that ball out at the moment.
Yeah.
Starting to ramp it up. Interesting to see how they hold up in terms of fitness, especially given they did have Jack Rhymes, the former AFL man, over the pre-season.
You're going to stay and watch the 19s tonight, Ray?
I don't know, mate. Depends what time they finish. Got to be in bed by 8, you know that.
The Swans are on tonight.
Daylight savings ends this weekend, Ray. You can add an extra hour.
What does that mean? We get an extra hour of sleep tomorrow?
I can watch them on
Whoever knows, really. Seriously.
I'm still getting over BWS's comments about Adelaide and GWS. The Suns.
I mean, the real deal, the Suns.
When his side St Kilda were down, we were very polite. And
We've been down the whole time. We've never been up.
Also out of bounds right near the old scoreboard out here.
A lot of spare seats over there under the old scoreboard now, boys.
Maybe you should join them, Ryan.
Well, I will. I'm getting burnt out here.
Maybe jump onto the old scoreboard.
I've got umbrellas in the van.
I will say it is quite warm out here, and you can certainly tell with some of the players, not much movement from Bulleen Templestowe this quarter.
And it's the first time he's ever worn pants as well.
Terrible timing.
Yep. Pantsless Ryan.
As Myers goes after it.
We're going to take back that rule, actually.
Pye throws it up now. Can't be too much longer, you wouldn't think, in this quarter. As Hayton got the handball from the ruck contest. They go inside forward 50 here. The blood straight through the arms there of Beasley. Went after it again. Little handball out by Bulleen to try and get the ball out of that danger zone. Myers scoots it inside forward 50 over the back there. Alex Simpson takes the mark and almost just fell in his breadbasket. Went over the top of the contest in front of him, and he'll go back, Spider, have a shot on the siren 20 metres out directly in front.
This is a big moment in the context of the match for me. You see, if he can put this through, this gives them a significant buffer going into the three-quarter time break and really arrest that momentum that they had during the game.
Spider, one of the reasons why Warrandyte's got back into this game in the second part of this quarter is the ruck work by Taylor Hayton. He has dominated the ruck in the last 15 minutes.
So it's Simpson. He'll kick from 30 metres out, directly in front. Such an important kick. The crowd tells the story, and the players all get around him as well. What a fantastic quarter it was by the Warrandyte Football Club in that third term. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard going into three-quarter time, they lead 6-6-42, a very handy 15-point lead over the Bullants, who are 4-3-27, who only managed one goal in that third term. Major goal kicker on the ground is Martino. The rest are singles. We played three quality quarters out here for Bulleen Temp's first game in the EFNL. Can they find something? What sort of fighting spirit do they have to get back into this contest? It's certainly not over yet. We'll be back to bring you the last quarter action and, of course, bring you all those important around-the-ground scores right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, 3/4 time out here at Ted Ajani Reserve, and it's Warrandyte who leads 6-6-42 to Bulleen Templestowe 4-3-27. A very handy third quarter there from the Bloods. Will they be able to hang on and get their first win of season 2025, or can the Bulleen Templestowe Bullants come back and get the job done in their first EFNL game this afternoon? The reserves were able to do it. It'll be interesting to see if the seniors are able to follow Josh Woody alongside Matt Spider-Lee, Ray Baird, Ben Warren-Smith, Paul Yacone, and Ryan Long down on the boundary. We'll get to Ryan shortly. He'll, I believe, be at the Warrandyte huddle, but Spider, they started to get on top in that quarter, did Warrandyte?
Yeah, they did. It's a good time to have a chat to the Warrandyte coach for Ryan because they got on top in the back end of that quarter just because they were willing to take the game on just a little bit more with a little bit more purpose. Their transition ball movement, was starting to evolve. Guys like Carroll starting to make their presence within the game. And when they go forward, they've just looked a little bit more cleaner, look likely to score. And they locked the ball into their forward line in the back end of that quarter, which was really important. And the Bullants were just struggling to get it out, and that was a real problem for them. So the challenge for the Bullants in the start of this quarter is to really dominate clearance at the source and try and give their forwards an opportunity to score at the start of this quarter so they can get some momentum back, because they lost a little bit of it in the last 10 minutes of the quarter where the Bloods certainly got on top.
Yeah, well, they were on top for the first 10 or 15 minutes of that game. There was one period where Bullants were just able to keep it at centre half forward as we go down boundary side to Ryan Long.
Got the Warrandyte senior coach Paul Donahue. Paul, fantastic quarter, and the goal on the siren really lifted the boys.
Yeah, it's a ripper, isn't it? Especially when it's the first goal at club for Sheepy there, the new fella. So that's hopefully we can ride that momentum for another 30 minutes.
How did you see that quarter? Obviously, probably owned the contest a little bit. Territory, it was all yours. And finally, in probably the last 5 minutes, we were able to actually capitalise on those opportunities.
Yeah, well, I thought they've dominated territory in the first half, so it was good to actually turn that over and put a bit of pressure on them, and we saw them make a few mistakes. So, that's what we've been trying to do all day, and they didn't let us get out the front of the stoppage. So now that we've evened it up, it now makes them think a little bit more. So hopefully the arm wrestle goes back in our favour a little bit.
Any changes for the final quarter, or what's the final message going into a final term?
No, look, we've been hot on what our starts look like and how that is for the whole thing. We just want to do that again. I think the first couple of minutes of this is crucial to the game, and then just our attack and our aggression, we've just got to keep that up as we go through.
All the best for the last quarter.
Thanks there to Ryan Long down on the boundary. Paul, we'll go to you for some quick scores because we're just about to get started in this final quarter.
Yes, in Divi 1, Montrose are doing a Montrose 10-17-77 to Bayswater 11-8-74. Beaconsfield and North Ringwood, tight one there, 7-10-52. Beaconsfield to North Ringwood, 7-4-46. Moorbark again, a job done over Norwood, 10-17-77 to Norwood 2-7-19. And South Belgrave up by 5 goals against Park Orchards, 11-12-78 to Park Orchards 7-6-48.
Ryan Long down on the boundary.
Yeah, just on the back of Paul's comments, you can just actually really tell the atmosphere down at ground level. They're very excited. They're up and about at this moment, and they haven't won for a long time, so it's a big day for Bulleen Templestowe, but also for Warrandyte. They're really due for a win, and they really want this one.
Yeah, absolutely. As this final quarter is underway, Dean O'Neill holds the ball aloft in the middle of Ted Ajani Reserve, and we'll get this ball tossed up. Hayden with another big fist. Got it almost to centre half forward. Wilson picks it up cleanly, sends it inside forward 50. No mark could be taken. There on the ground is Logan Paris, who clears his defence, looking in the direction of Jake Sticker. Took a good mark. Centre wing far side, looks to play on immediately and does. Got it to his teammate. Inside forward 50. Andrew Sinclair was there. Went a bit quiet in that third quarter as the Bullants look to pile on the pressure. They do during eventually get it back out to Andrew Sinclair. The handball there from Logan Paris. It couldn't reach Sinclair, and it's cut off there by Jake Moss as he gets a handball clear. The ball on the far side of Ted Ajani Reserve, and it's not going anywhere. Tossed up, Ray.
Warrandyte made a lot of mistakes here, but they had numbers around the ball where they could have and they retrieved it again.
Paul Yukone.
Got some Divi 2 scores. Mulgrave are up by 50 points, 12-13-85 to 5-5-35 over Ringwood. Surrey Park 13-5-83 to Wani South 8-9-57, and in the twilight game out Lilydale, 1 straight 6 to Lilydale.
As Warrandyte might get a chance on goal. It's hit the post. It just hit the post.
That was 5 hand passes on the trot then, but they were good hand passes.
They were
kept
good.
The ball going forward.
Yeah, well, that chain was really important. It was just unfortunate that it didn't get rewarded.
Yeah.
Well, the Bullants fans breathe a sigh of relief because that would have made things very difficult as Anderson, the skipper, went up towards the half-back line. Liam Chu takes the mark. That was better, getting out of that defensive zone, hitting targets, what you've got to do. So then you go and run into your opponent like that, which has made things very difficult. McLean got it back. Handball was dispossessed. Warrandyte pressure is fantastic at the moment, but charging through there is Sticker on the right boot. Heard a whistle. Owen Michael Watts takes the mark. Handball goes back into McLean. In and under handball to Sticker. Just broke the tackle. Got the handball away to Paris. This is better play as they go inside forward 50. Martino over the back, racing onto it. Sinclair, he just got muscled out of it at the last moment, and then eventually the ball is rushed through for 1 behind. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Bulleen Templestowe moved to 4-4-28, trailing Warrandyte 6-7-43 as we go round the grounds.
Got some Divi 3 scores. Donvale 8-16-64 to the Basin 3-4-22. Coldstream 13-7-85 to Fair Park 7-7-49. Sylvan 15-9-99 to Oakley District 13-4-82. And early in the game between Knox and Upper Gully 1-1-7 to Knox, 1 goal, 1 straight 6.
As Owen Michael Watts might be down behind play. It looked like he might have been grabbing at his ankle. We'll have a boundary
I feel like it was his calf.
I thought it was. I'm not saying anything.
We know what an expert you are.
Yeah, we don't want to get yourself in trouble, Ray. Better off.
Well, I'm certainly no medical expert either. We'll get an update from Ryan.
We've got a banter auditor that can go and check that out.
We'll check it out shortly as this ball true centre half forward for Bulleen Templestowe. Got a bit of momentum now as this ball tossed up. Hayden just deflected off his chest there. They get it out to Tarongaloo. There's a holding free kick going in the direction of the Bullants. Hamish McLean has it in the centre of Ted Ajani Reserve. Goes deep inside forward 50. Got a lead.
Well done.
The last 2 passages of play have been a lot better build-ups by the Bullants. That's something they just couldn't do at the back end of that last term.
Well, Jake Sticker's been involved in both of these.
Yes,
too.
yeah.
And Thomas Davis is the beneficiary. He's yet to kick a goal for the Bullants today. This was senior goal number 50. Played plenty of reserves footy last year for Borland. Played a couple of senior games there as well. As he comes in almost directly in front. Slide angle. Nails it. That's the much-needed first goal of this final quarter for the Bulleen Templestowe Bullants. They still trail 5-4-34 though. They go to Warrandyte 6-7-43. 4.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank.
But that's what you've got to do, boys. You've got to arrest the momentum back because, the Bloods had that back on that side. Paul Donoghue alluded to it just when he was talking to Ryan before. So that's a great answer by the Bullants at the early part of the quarter.
And that's a 2-goal turnaround.
It is,
The one that hit the post there for Warrandyte, and then they've gone up the other end and they've kicked the goal.
That's the sign of a good team that's persisting. Even if everything's not working, you just keep working and try to get the ball moving your way. Eventually it'll turn.
So the umpire throws it back up now. Comes out down towards Nelson, who got a Carroll. Handball back in towards the middle of the ground. They're going to go forward again. Here the Bullants. Tarongalu got it away. Here's Sticker. Inside forward 50 he was aiming for, but he was brought to ground and will have a ball up. Potentially a free kick. No, it's a free kick going the way of the Bloods. As the kick goes out wide, bouncing football. Right out near the dugout, and Ryan Long, who almost got a possession there, is getting in there. The big man Hayton kept the ball alive. Did really well, got a valuable 30 or so metres. We might cross down to Ryan Long and see how the Michael Watts is. It might have been a bit of cramping even down there, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm having a couple of issues with the headset at the moment, so I'm not sure if you just threw it to me, but he is getting those cars worked on at the moment. He did throw the mouthguard out when he came off, so he is in a bit of discomfort, but we'll keep an eye on if he does return to the field.
Well, you just watch out for missiles over there then, Ryan.
Thanks, Ray. Will do.
So a big knockdown that time. Came out towards the Sticker direction. It's Lachlan Sticker in yellow boots. Certainly has crossed the half-forward line here.
The youngest of the three Sticker brothers is Lachlan, as Jake nearly got it. He eventually does. In fact, that's Josh. Got the handball back. Still under pressure, though, the Bullants. They managed to clear through Chew. Got it to his ruck in Ellery. Got it out to a teammate there in Cortese, who's had a good game in midfield. Got it inboard. They look to move this ball quickly through the Bullants. Fumbled it at the wrong moment, though, and it's Jake Sticker who got it out here looking for Brendan Ghosh. Couldn't take the mark there, could the Warrandyte man. Has it centre wing on this broadcast side. As they look in the direction of his teammate, cutting it off there are the Bullants. They look for Jake Sticker. Didn't get it to him, and this short kick was a good one to Terry Bucavalis.
A change of momentum, Spider.
Yep, they're working the angles a bit, and this uncontested game, it's paying dividends for them.
As Bucavalis looks for Abbey, couldn't take it, and Warrandyte will be able to clear. They look down the line. Ghosh could have taken the mark, didn't. Instead, it's going to be Warrandyte who benefit from his fist. Couldn't lay a boot on it, though, could Harvey Wilson. We'll have a ball in right in front of us, around 65 metres out from the Warrandyte goal line, as this ball is about to be tossed back into play. Ben Ellery going up against Taylor Hayden in this ruck contest. 7.5 minutes gone on in the final quarter. Hayden nearly held without it.
Yeah.
As they eventually get it out through Warrandyte. Zach Carroll high up and under ball. Will the mark be paid? It wasn't taken, in fact, by Myers. As Bulleen Templestowe might be able to pounce. They look in the Dakin direction.
Good mark.
Really good mark there by Nick Sharp in defence.
So Nick Sharp happy to take off. Has a bounce, had a lot of space then, but the kick wasn't crash hot, but it might work out okay here because Nelson was able to meet the challenge. Got the handball back. There was a quick kick up there by Fallows, an up and under one going underneath it. Ben Ellery, big ruckman, had eyes only for the football, and he's looking backwards here, wanted to give the quick handball off. Yeah, he's sort of like shrugging his shoulders almost. He kicked it straight into the man on the mark. He did feel like he was indecisive there. Ghosh got the handball back. Tarongaru got the handball away inboard. They'll link up. It was intended for Paris, but they've coughed it up. Nicely done there by Hayton. He's been fantastic today. Handball comes out wide. Here's a chance for the Bloods through Palmer. Up inside forward 50. A big fly over the back trying to do a Warwick Kappa was Aitken. And you just the old hands over the shoulders type style. Can't do that anymore as we go to Paul Yaconi.
Yes, as Surrey Park are running away from Wan Turner South. They lead 15-5-95 to Wani South 8-9-57.
Very good, accurate kicking there, Josh.
I'm trying my best not to smile. Smiling a little. It is accurate kicking, though, I must admit, Ray.
Doing all right here. Sticker goes in the middle. Now Paris. had a bit of it in this term. Off now to Jake Sticker, inside forward, 50 or thereabouts. Over the back there, Davis. He trapped it. He could get boot to ball. He got the handball away. Sinclair. Handball went sideways, looking for Abbey. They just were too indirect there. They had chances, and it's paddled over the boundary line and out of bounds.
He wasn't confident to kick for goal, was he?
Indecisive.
As soon as he got it, he was looking for somebody.
South Belgrave are up and about against Park Orchards, 12-12-84 to 7-8-50.
Oh, game over there. It'll take a lot to come back from that, as Warrandyte could have ruffled it there. They had all the players, as Carroll just got the relieving kick. Was happy to kick a mongrel out and gain 40 valuable metres to the grandstand side and seen over the boundary line and out by Harvey Wilson.
All about to be tossed back into play at the left half forward flank for Bulleen Templestowe, still around 60 metres out, a good 60 metres at that. On this broadcast side is Owen Michael Watts going up again. He's back onto the ground. He got the tap down. The clearance for Warrandyte though, read well there by Bulleen Templestowe. Michael Watts was wrapped up and the umpire will call for it. And it'll be a ball up still at the left half forward flank for Bulleen Templestowe, trailing by 9 points, 34 plays 43, 10.5 minutes gone in the final quarter on the Video Bank scoreboard. As we'll go to Paul Yukone shortly, it's Taylor Hayden who just decides to chuck it on the boot. Bulleen Temp man had front position and will get the free kick when Jack Anderson, as we go to Paul Yukone in the score centre.
Yes, Sylvan look all but home against Oakley District, 789-111 to Oakley District, 13-4-82. And Knox lead early against Upper Gully, 2-4-16 to Upper Gully, 1-2-8.
As Vogler with a great kick inside forward 50 in the direction of Tom Abbey, who took the mark. Offering there was Josh Sticker on the handball received, was well followed there by Will Nelson as Abbey comes in to cut the margin to 3 points. It'll fall short. Big pack forms, taken out the back, couldn't take the mark. 5-5-35 the Bullants. Warrandyte 6-7-43, 11.5 minutes gone in this final quarter. Port Yukone.
Another score out at Heathmont. Looks like a big win coming up for Templestowe. 11-6-72 to Heathmont, 5-8-38.
Thanks very much, Paul. We're in the final term here, and it's an 8-point lead to Warrandyte, but you get the sense that Bulleen are really coming here at the moment, Spider.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely coming. They've lifted their momentum and their work rate in the last 5 minutes.
Well, going after it again, there was Anderson, got it away to Paris, whose kick was a shocker. Side forward 50.
And Anderson's been good, I think, today.
Co-skipper. So, up and under kick just out of that defensive zone. They've done well at the fall of the ball today, Warrandyte. Just that awareness, and the kick goes rolling out towards Kyle Appleby, but over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Nearly got a touch there, did Ryan Long.
Yeah. Give him a stat for that.
I can see his sunburn from here.
Well, I've had sunscreen on my hands, so that's why I couldn't control it.
Where's the grippo?
Little kick now from Warrandyte. You feel like they need a score just to stem the flow a bit, even though they still lead by 8 points, and this might work out okay for them. Trying to run onto it there was Harvey Wilson. Little handball over the top, though, by Mason for the Bullants. Getting boot to ball there was Simpson. Just hard to get clear possession at the moment. It's desperation stakes all round, and we'll have a ball up 40 metres out from the Warrandyte goals.
There's a bit of a hush around here at Ted Ajani Reserve. Still a pretty decent crowd.
Oh, it's a fantastic crowd. The atmosphere is really good for a side that's an inaugural game.
There's Jake Sticker. Gets the ball to this broadcast side, centre wing. Brucavalis will look to burn off his opponent, pick it up cleanly. He can't. At the left half forward flank near the boundary line. Kept in play by Warrandyte, and they get it here to Nick Sharp. Had an impressive game as Sharp in defence. Handballs into himself in the end. Got it to Jack Palmer. Right half forward flank he goes. Vogler reads it best. One of the co-captains takes the intercept mark. Team of the Year member last year was Vogler, as that kick was dangerous, looking for his fellow captain in Anderson. It eventually reaches Martino. Kick was a grubber. Michael Watt, the backwards handball, only benefits Lucas Fellows. Gets it back, and they get it to Taylor Hayton eventually. The high up and under ball here from Jake Moss. A big pack formed. Skosh with the fly. Couldn't take the mark. Sticker is there. Bumped his way out of trouble, but his handball was an errand one. And Warrandyte going inside forward 50. A scrappy ball inside forward 50. A Simpson off the ground to the right.
The idea was right.
It was, but it's just a minor score. 6-8-44 the Bloods. Bullants 5-5-35, 14.5 minute score in fourth quarter. Paul Yukone.
Montrose lead by 8 points over Bayswater. Montrose 11-17-83 to Bayswater 11-9-75.
Paul Dronglu brings the ball back in for the Bullants. Short passes on McLean. Clean the defensive arc. Kick goes down the guts, and it was a fantastic one as well. So Abbey takes it. Wanted to take off. The umpires hasn't called him back at all. He goes out wide to Owen Michael Watts. Short passes on. This is a good build-up at this stage. Here's Liam Chu. He'll swing around now on the left. Once again, just went forward and let himself down because James Bradford was able to take
That's
the
happened
easiest
a couple
part.
of times, hasn't it?
Yeah.
He's shown the presence to get the ball, but he just hasn't executed with his skills.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I think some of the skills are really falling down in this final term. There's a lot of kick-to-kick going on at the moment.
Bit of fatigue, first game.
Yeah, that's what I'm putting it down to. Kick goes out wide. Might stay alive there for Sticker. He did, gave the old fend off, but then got forced over the boundary line and out as we see Zach Carroll waiting to come back onto the park. Sure to be in the voting today for the best player on the ground, as it was a shallow throw-in, so Hayton was able to just take that out of the contest and get boot to ball. He kicked it up towards Nick DePrew, who dropped what he probably should have taken, and in slow motion, players hit the deck and will have the ball up just inside the line.
I just think, though, at this stage of the game, Warrandyte are playing into the hands of Bulleen Templestowe a little bit by just those short kicks. On the outer side, kick it as long as you can and get some meterage.
As it's Jake Sticker with this clearance, goes to the right half forward flank. The mark taken there by Dakin. Was thinking about playing on, didn't. Has it right in front of the Warrandyte interchange bench. The right half forward flank for the Bullants. Inside 50, a great setup kick to Davis. Started to have a bit of an influence in this final quarter, Davis.
Game, isn't he?
He certainly is. Of course, when he did play at the Division 3 level a couple of years ago with Waddles, kicked 23 goals in 12 games in 2021, and he certainly knows how to find the goals, the former Bowen and Montmorency man. Is this on a very tight angle, around about 40 metres out, come across from Bowen this season alongside the Sticker brothers. Kick looks good. It's great! 6-5-41 the Bullants. Warrandyte 6-8-44. 17 minutes gone, final quarter. That's Thomas Davis' second goal of this final term.
This was such a good kick, great vision there, presence of mind, just wait, hold the lead. Davis did the rest, takes the mark, and then slots it from a really difficult angle. So it puts him right in the contest now. Opportunity for him to win the game.
Certainly does put him in a position where they can snatch this victory.
Well, I think for 2/3 of the game, I actually think they've probably been the better side.
Yeah, they have.
Mulgrave, sorry, Spider.
No, sorry, you go, Paul.
Mulgrave are up by 10 goals over Ringwood. Mulgrave 15-13, 103 to Ringwood 6-6-42.
Well, everyone's up and about now. The final 10 minutes of this clash, and it's been close all day. And here's a chance now for Sticker. Takes one bounce. This is Josh. He might go all the way here. He kicks it right to the top of the square. It's going to sit for Sinclair. Little Beauty. They've gone bang, 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 and now they've hit the front now, the Bullants. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, as we're about to hit time on in the final term, they lead by 3 points, 7-5-47 to 6-8-44. The quick centre clearance, the kick to the top of the goal square, and the classy finish.
It was, and that's why you recruit these type of players. A guy like Josh Stiggin gets his hands on the ball. This is when your prime movers get involved. Long kick direct into the forward line, and the forwards do the rest. Back in front, and they're on top in this game now.
Magnificent call there by BWS. Paul Yukone in the score centre.
Montrose look just about home at the Troes. They lead 13-18, 96 to Bayswater, 11-9-75.
Kicked a bit accurate, Montrose today.
They've done a Montrose. It's this ball tossed back up. Ellery won the tap down. It's again going to be Josh Sticker, but it's intercepted this kick, and it's out to this broadcast side wing, although it's kicked in the air by Hamish McLean. This ball locked up. They have all the momentum. They've got the crowd behind them through the Bullants. They lead by 3 points, 47 plays 44. Spider.
But just on that stoppage previously, that was poor by the Bloods not to be on, to allow that ball to exit.
As Carroll got the clearing kick, McLean, was he taken high? No, he wasn't. A good tackle there by Alex Simpson, or Will Nelson, in fact. One of the new recruits coming across from Ultima. Won a premiership there last season, did Nelson.
From where?
Ultima.
Okay. Yep.
In the country.
Yep.
Not too sure where in the... As Warrandyte do get this clearance through their captain, Oscar Hodgson. Goes to near centre half forward. The mark taken there by Josh Beasley. Has to go inside 50 now. Does. It'll be cut off here by Maxwell Donovan.
That just wasn't the right kick.
Almost went too quick there, you could argue, did the Bloods. As Donovan looks to go to this far side. He's got his captain there in Harry Vogler. Stepped it up in the last couple of minutes is Harry Vogler. As he goes inboard with the 45-degree kick. The mark taken there by Joshua Tuongaloo. Looking for options. Might just go long down the line. As he does now. Big pack forms. Carroll the fly. Couldn't take the mark. They're on the ground to follow up. Ball not going anywhere. Into time on in this final quarter. It's the Bullants leading 47 plays 44. For you, Kone.
It's been a struggle all day out at Beaconsfield, but Beaconsfield now lead by 20 points, 9-12-66 to a brave North Ringwood, 7-4-46.
Well, players are getting tired out here at Ted Ajani Reserve.
Sorry, and just another score from Waverley. A tight contest there. Waverley 8-8-56 to East Burwood 7-5-47.
Ooh, very close.
They always play close games, those two.
Well, we're still in the centre here. Just for, well, no, it's not really. It's pretty all square of no team advantage at the moment. Warrandyte just trying to bustle their way through. Eventually Anderson did, but the umpire had already called the stoppage, so ball up again.
Might be waiting a while for that ball. It went a fair distance, that kick from Anderson.
Next goal probably wins this game, you'd think.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations, isn't it?
I reckon it's around 26, 27 minutes this quarter, so...
It won't be a long quarter.
Comes out now, knocked down into Myers' arms, got brought to ground. In there is Hayton, the big ruckman, trying to do it all.
Bulleen have kicked 3 goals, 2 in this quarter to 2 points.
Well, it's just been the dominance through the middle part of the ground, hasn't it?
And eventually we get the restart. Feel like there's been some holding in the ruck contest all day, but consistently hasn't been paid, so we can't really complain about that. There's plenty of dogs around here today in this ground as well, just another observation. People hiding in the bushes in the background as well.
I mean, it's not like the old COVID days where you have to, where you were a dog walker. Walking around in 2021.
Just an update from Timekeeper's box. We've got 4 minutes to play in this final term.
Oh, nice work, Ryan.
We get that information down there. Is he yelling up there? Or,
We got the signal.
Oh, we got the signal. There we go.
Well, they'll be telling their own bench.
They're listening to the coverage.
Yeah.
They've caught on.
Maybe the Warrandyte bench would have caught on surely as well then, if that was the case.
Throws it up now. Nicely done there by Hayton, brought it to ground. You feel like there's going to be a stoppage after stoppage.
Yeah.
Going to be a real arm wrestle
For
right
the
to the end.
Bullants, this is exactly how they want the game to play out.
Yeah.
As it's that true centre half forward for Warrandyte. Hayden tries to take matters into his own hands. Nearly did. Falls to Carroll. Can't escape the tackle.
They're just inching forward.
For you, Kone, they literally are.
Well, Bayswater are back in the kitchen against Montrose as Montrose lead 13-18-96 to Bayswater 13-10-88.
As the Bullants are able to clear this stoppage and from defence, Hamish McLean had a good final quarter, looks to go long down the line to Bukavalis up against one. He nearly picks up the ground ball, but
well done.
went out. They did really well. Nick Sharp again in defence, got the short kick to his captain, Oscar Hodgson. Hodgson got a handball quickly away to Jack Bradford, inside forward 50. Harry Vogler got a handball away there, and it's in the hands of Jamie Cortese. Again, had a pretty decent game in midfield. Long down the line, big hack. Plenty of pressure being applied, and there's a holding free kick. Too much pressure there from Andrew Sinclair.
They were off then.
It was a dangerous. He was already on the ground. He was run into.
Well, this is where you've got to get your numbers back behind the ball.
And it's Sharp who will have this free kick. Given just a little shove there by Andrew Sinclair. Left half forward flank for the Bullants. The kick wasn't great. Cut off by Brendan Ghosh. No good at all, that kick, and they could just take their time. That was a dangerous kick. But it's in the right hands if you're a Bullants fan. It's Jake Sticker.
Look, this is where the experience kicks in with your senior players. You know, take time and space off the clock.
And he goes long down the line. Davis got the spoil in, got the handball away quickly to Josh Sticker.
2 minutes to play, boys.
Yeah, well, this is where your scenario, play comes into practice from the pre-season.
If they get a goal here through the Bullants, you could all but close shop. If they even keep it inside forward, their attacking half, you could almost close off shop there as well, as they are able to retain possession at the left half forward flank. 25.5 minutes gone. The Bullants 47 to Warrandyte 44. Paul Yukone.
Out at Surrey Park. Surrey Park leads 17-5, 107 to Wonnie South 10-9-60.
There's some seriously active.
Just be prepared for the roar from the crowd as the siren goes.
If he gets this in.
As Hamish McLean will take this free kick at the left half forward flank. Sends it long to the left forward pocket. No mark could be taken. Warrandyte have the numbers on the ground. Oscar Hodgson got it away. Looping handballs over the top. Are they able to keep it in play? Are the Bloods? They are for now, but now it's out of bounds. Boundary throw in left half forward flank for the Bullants.
Can't be much time left now.
Forward stoppage, exactly what the Bullants want.
Well, I'll just be looking to hold it in this end of the ground.
Absolutely.
Build the wall. Don't let it get over the back.
Throws it in. What can Hayton do? Got the palm down, but Hamish McLean, strong tackle, giving away nothing as well. So it's important not to give away free kicks.
Well, you've just got to pull the trigger now if you're Warrandyte, and you've got to go. You've got to win this clearance.
Ellery will give that one to him. The Hayton went after it again over the top though. It came out Cortese, brought to ground by Carroll, who has got a little bit of frustration.
He was off the ground. I felt like he was off the ground for far too long.
Way too long. As the siren sounds, welcome to the EFNL. Bulleen Templestowe Bullants, their first victory of the season in the competition. And what a day it is shaping out here to be at Ted Ajani Reserve, with a very tight win in the reserves, a very tight win in the seniors, with the under-19s to come tonight. Congratulations, Bulleen Templestowe. A fantastic win today.
That's a great initiation into the Eastern Football League. They deserve the win. They were behind there at half-time, and they've got back into the game, and they've just narrowly 3 points, but a win's a win.
A win of perseverance it was for the Bullants, and this is a really emotional scene for their footy club, and it's a celebration of a lot of hard work over the pre-season, and it's a fitting reward because a lot of people would have been dreaming this day, and it's finally become a reality for them.
Absolutely, and just going through the major goal kickers, Daniel Martino with 2, Tom Davis, both of his goals coming in the final quarter, Andrew Sinclair with 2, 1 coming in the final quarter as well. The match winner in the end, Terry Bukavalis with a single goal. For Warrandyte, all single goal kickers, Jack Bradford, Josh Beasley, Ben Ogilvie, Harvey Wilson, Mitchell Wilson, Josh Myers as well, and Alex Simpson on Warrandyte debut right on after the 3/4 time siren. But a terrific initiation indeed for the Bullants. They've won the reserves, they've won the seniors. Can they complete the three-peat with the under-19s? That's certainly going to be an interesting contest. We'll go down boundary side shortly to Ryan Long, who will hopefully get one of the Bulleen Templestowe players. Will hopefully get the Bulleen Templestowe song.
We wonder what it is. I haven't heard it, and the social rooms will be rocking down here at Ted Ajani tonight.
Absolutely, it will be. As we'll go to our awards shortly. We'll I think that Warren Smith has moved into the school centre because Paul Yacone, I'm not too sure where he's gone to. Maybe North Melbourne
Paul had
City.
to head off.
He did a runner.
He did a runner, and
he was out. He was out. Goal.
We got Ryan down there
off
anyway.
Off to Marvel Stadium.
I've got one of the match winners with me, Jake Sticker. Jake, fantastic game this afternoon. The final quarter, the boys had to dig deep. How'd you see it play out?
I'm so proud of them. It was such a tough game, such a gritty game. All credit to Warrandyte. I enjoyed it, but I'm proud of my boys. We're all young, and we all fought till the end, and we got the result, thank fuck.
And a massive crowd in today as well. How good is it for the Bulleen Templestowe faithful? You got all the players, past players behind the goals. You got the under-19s about to play now. Must be a special moment for the club.
Big time. We're such a proud club, and especially me playing juniors here. We strive on unity, mateship, and just community. So you can see, as you can see, what a crowd. 1,000? It has to be.
Reckon it has to be.
There we go. Yeah. So yeah, I'm proud of the club. It's more than just us putting the jumper on. It's the people who used to play here. It's all the volunteers who've done a mountain of work to get to the EFL. So we're super proud.
The boys are waiting for you, so I'll let you go and celebrate. Congratulations, great game from you, and enjoy the celebrations tonight.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Thanks there to Ryan Long. We've just gotten an update out at Central Reserve from Davis Harrigan, the Catfish, Ben Warren Smith.
I haven't seen that one. Do you want to reel that one off for us?
The Rams, they lead 9-6-60 to Waverley Blues. I think it's 8-9-57, doing the quick math in my head there, but 3 points they lead by 20 minutes gone into the final quarter, so some good contests.
They always play close games, those two.
Do.
It's amazing. 2 close games last year, another one to follow. And over the past few years before that. But just some really interesting comments too by Jake Sticker there, just in terms of what it means to this club. The coming of age, coming back to his junior club, real significant stuff for me to be able to notice that, and I think that just demonstrates what it means for so many people here this afternoon.
Well, he's typical of what football's all about. He could still be playing Premier in a standing Premiership side, but no, he elected to come back to his junior club, and that's what football's all about.
BWS in the school centre.
Yeah, fantastic game out here, but there's plenty others as you've gone local for your footy today. If we look at Division 1, still in progress, but Montrose are up by 7 points over Bayswater late in the final term. Beaconsfield 72 lead North Ringwood 47. That game's still playing. Final score out at Murrelbach and Norwood, with the Musa B getting the job done nicely today, 12-22. Bit inaccurate kicking there, 94 to Norwood, a very disappointing 3 goals 8. They'll be very upset with how their season started down in the lower division there. And South Belgrave powered over Park Orchards in the end, 15-15, 105 to Park Orchards, 7-10-52.
That's yuck, isn't it?
That's massive.
That's
surprising.
That's not good from a team that played in a grand final.
As we might be able to get the song here thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Although it might cut in and out a little bit since the room's up and leave.
I'll keep doing scores until we can hear the cheering. So as we turn our attention to Division 2 and the game that we just talked about only moments ago, 3 points the margin. Waverley Blues lead East Burwood by 3 points. That game's still going. Final score out at Jubilee Park today was a solid win by Mulgrave. Great to see them kicking a big score. 17 goals, 13, 115, defeated Ringwood, 7 goals, 648. While out at the hangar, H.E. Parker Reserve, it is Templestowe doing it all out there today. 11 goals, 672, leading Heathmont 5-8-38. So it's a bit of a head scratcher, that one, whereas this one will make someone
It's
smile
not surprising
here.
for me, though, BWS. I think Templestowe have really
Not that Templestowe won, but my surprise is that such a low score kicked by Heathmont in a ground
with
that
that
they
quality.
really, with that they pride themselves on that, playing it well at that venue. Surrey Park 17 goals, 107 defeated. Almost they're going to win. They haven't won yet. 10-9-69. So just doing what Surrey Park do well in recent seasons, and they've started off very well. Lilydale in the twilight match, they've got off to a great start over Croydon in the local derby, 3 straight 18 to Croydon 3 behinds.
Well, we are going to go to another 8 break soon, but Lilydale-Croydon, Lilydale do tend to get up for these games. They've at least won once over the last couple of seasons when they've played Division 1 and now Division 2, so a very positive start there for the Falcons BWS.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a break here, and when we come back, there might be some more interviews, but we'll also talk a little bit more about what a fantastic day it's been out for the inaugural match between Bulleen Templestowe and Warrandyte. It was a close affair with the home side, the Bullants, getting the points by three solitary points, and when we come back, we'll go through all the other division scores right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Ted Ajani Reserve, the Eastland match of the round. The Bullants victors 7-5-47 to Warrandyte 6-8-44 in a tight affair out here. Ted Ajani in the Bullants' first ever EFNL game. Josh Whittier alongside Ben Warren-Smith, Matt Spider-Lee, Ray Baird and Ryan Long. BWS, you're in the score centre. We'll throw it over to you.
As we turn our attention to Division 3, some final scores have come in. And it is Donvale victorious today out at the Bear Cave, 11-18-84, defeating the Basin 5-5-35. Whilst Coldstream travelled out to Fair Park across the road from EFNL House, and they got the job done comfortably over the lines today. 15 goals, 7-97 to Fair Park, 8 goals, 10-58. While Sylvan up the top of the mountain in the clay pot, they dominated the performance today in a high-scoring affair up there at the Cattery. Very entertaining as well. 21-11, 137. Spider, big score.
Big score, cricket score.
To Oakley Districts, 15 goals, 7-97. Whilst, and we got the twilight match, which Ray Baird's going to venture out to on his way home. Knox taking on Upper Ferntree Gully.
Thanks for doing that for us, Ray.
Yeah. Team player.
They currently lead. The Knox have started very well. 3 goals 6, so pretty inaccurate. 24 leading Upper Ferntree Gully, 2 goals 3, 15. So a bit entertaining there. The other twilight game as well. It's Ferntree Gully heading out to Scoresby Recreation Reserve, where the Magpies currently lead at 1 straight goal to no score. And if we turn our attention, if you just bear with me for 1 second, into Division 4 action today. And it's been once again a very interesting round out there, and there hasn't been too many games. We saw the best of the bunch. There's no doubt about that.
We got the close one.
We got the close one. And the final score once again out here was a 3-point victory to Bulleen Templestowe, 7-5-47 to Warrandyte, 6-8-44, with a 3-0-0 final term for the Bullants to bring home the 4 points, and that's 2 victories so far today, with the under-19s game that just started out here today, whilst it's been a very low-scoring game out at Coonung Reserve, which is where Forest Hill are playing their senior football this year, whilst they get a renovation done on their club rooms, hoping to be back there by June. But they failed to get the 4 points today, and Wacker will be very happy with this one. 4-4-28. Kilsyth defeated Forest Hill 3 goals 2-20. So
is that the final score?
Incredibly low score out there today. Unless that's not right.
I don't think it doesn't look right, because there's one player, Trent Elliott, who's listed with 5 goals for Kilsyth.
Well then, yeah, it is listed as a final score here, and I'm like, that seems like a quarter time.
So maybe they put it in properly. Yeah.
I'll chase that up. They haven't posted anything on their socials either side, so
we'll wait for confirmation on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. We better get to our awards now, actually. Of course, we've got the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day back. Do we have the MGT Rookie of the Day?
No, just the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day and the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. Now, I think you had a couple of options. There was one in the pocket early on. I think that was it Martino that was an option for Goal of the Day? I don't know what else.
So. I think it was.
Strikes your mind?
I think Martino's goal was pretty good from memory.
What about the Davis one and from the pocket? That's got to be.
Yep.
One.
Yeah.
You want that? Is that what we're thinking?
Yeah, I reckon Davis. He was further out.
And that was to get Bulleen Templestowe back into the game, I think so.
Yeah, Davis.
Thomas Davis with a $50 Coles and Meyer gift voucher going in his way, so maybe he can.
So Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. Are we doing the 3-2-1 on this one?
I think so. We'll go to you first, our boundary rider.
Ray's ready to go. He's got his notes in front of me. I have not put anything together.
All right, look, I gave 1 vote to Andrew Sinclair. I thought the way he started the game, he was dynamic down there. He kicked an early goal. He finished off with one of the last goals of the game as well. And I just think his effort deserved 1 vote. 2 votes I gave to Zach Carroll of Warrandyte. I thought he fought fantastically for 3 quarters. Run out of steam a little bit in the end, but he was dominant for those. And best on ground in mine, Jake Sticker. He was dominant. He set up everything from the midfield.
Spider?
Yeah, it was. Look, I probably changed my votes a couple of times depending on who was winning in the game. I actually very very similar, but I've actually gone. I've gone Zach Carroll 1 vote. For 2 votes. Actually, I will go with Sinclair as well, and I think we'll go for similar votes, Ray, because I thought, definitely the most influential player on the ground was Jake Sticker. And I have to mention a couple of apologies too, because you could have put Josh in there as well, and you could have even put Lockie in, and even Cortez, who was brilliant as well. They could probably consider themselves a little bit unlucky not to receive votes. And Hayden in the ruck, had it in the ruck as well for Warrandyte. I thought was pretty.
Played it very dominant.
Was pretty good as well. But you got to look collectively over the 4 quarters, and I thought those 3 players were the most influential over four quarters of the game.
Benmoran Smith.
1 vote to Taylor Hayton. I thought the big ruckman was fantastic today for Warrandyte. I gave 2 votes to Josh Sticker. I thought I was really impressed with his game today, and I gave 3 votes to Zach Carroll.
Ryan Long?
I've gone similar. I've gone Josh for the 1 vote. I've gone 2 for Zach Carroll, and I probably would have given it to him if they had 1, but I do factor that in, and I think Jake Sticker was fantastic, particularly in that last quarter as well, and keeping them in it really.
What was the clearance work, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. A couple of big clearances late too that set up the win.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go a bit left field here. Jamie Cortese, he gets my 1 vote. I'm gonna give 2 votes as well to Taylor Hayden. I thought he was really good. I haven't put Zach Carroll in there. I thought he was good, but Hayden's influence in the ruck, just that presence as well, was massive. But yeah, I gotta go with Jake Sticker for the 3 votes. So I believe that's Jake Sticker who won with 12 votes for the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground, $50 Sportsco Best on Ground, and he spoke really well at the end there about the club, about all the hard work, about the volunteers, and
you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and I think we're on the same page in terms of the players that we all thought. We all had pretty much a similar idea to.
Yeah.
It was just there wasn't outstanding players. It was more of a bit of an even spread across the whole game. So there's a lot of players that got the 1s and 2s.
I had about 6 that were in contention.
Yeah, that were in contention.
Yeah.
So I think that pretty much identifies the calibre of game it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Benmore and Smith, do we have any more score updates, any more final scores potentially?
Just looking at, there's nothing that's really been updated to come in as final from what I gave earlier. So it's still got, I've still got East Burwood trailing by 3 points. I've got, there's no other final scores at the moment. Sorry, mate.
Oh, that's all good. We'll get those final scores.
I am refreshing as well. I do know how to do that.
Yeah.
If you do want to keep an update on that, hang around on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. After 5:15, they'll go through and recap all the scores around the games. Keep an eye out on the socials. If you're on Facebook, on Instagram, we're sure to link you to those as well.
Absolutely. We still haven't really heard anything from Division 4 level as well. Certainly some interesting games around the grounds, though. You can certainly see there were a couple of sides that might have been nervous, a couple of differing affairs. Some were high scoring, some were the other way, like this contest out here. Some were pretty, I wouldn't say scrappy, but just low scoring, and a fair few stoppages in between, pretty quick passages of play, it must be said, right?
And first game of the year, there'll be a lot of sides that had fumbling the ball and, getting used to a bit. You can play as many practice matches as you want, but when you're in the real thing, there's just that pressure. And there was a lot of fumbling in our game as well, out here.
And also team chemistry as well. You've got to look at it too. A lot of sides are just in that early phase of everyone getting used to playing together, and that first game, so important. Once everyone gets used to the way, the system, the way they want everyone to play, that goes well for teams going forward as well. So I think overall we saw a pretty good game from both sides here today, but also around the league. A lot of teams who benefit from playing that first couple of games together.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a final score from out at Central Reserve. Waverley Blues 10-9-69, defeating East Burwood in the end 9-6-60. So they always do play close games.
It's about the average margin, so it's not a surprising one. But look, Waverley just once again, they just know how to get it done in those close games, and East Burwood, they just fall short once again. They'll be disappointed with that one, but Waverley, they're up and running for 2025.
Absolutely. I do have a score update from Surrey Park. Warrandyte South are making a decent fist of it. 18-6, 114 Surrey Park. Warrandyte South 15-10, 100. So I think it's 6 goals they've kicked in that final quarter of the Devils. Surrey Park have kicked 3, but impressive from Warrandyte South.
High-scoring game.
High-scoring game,
There's been a couple of those this week. Very interesting.
What were the scoring shots?
So it's 24, pretty much the same. It's just Surrey have kicked it slightly more accurately. Warrandyte South have had 1 more scoring shot. So certainly some interesting scores from across the AFNL. We'll have plenty of discussion tomorrow for the weekend recovery. I think it's us too. Ray, I think you're joining us as well.
Potentially Brash popping his head in. We'll see. He's been following the stream closely today.
He has been.
Clock's back tonight, boys.
Is it really?
Savings.
And how are Richmond going, Josh? Just quickly before we finish up.
Well, last check, they're down by 27 points. So
against Brisbane, I'll take that.
And that was BW.
That's the first quarter.
To say who cares.
Exactly. We might. We've still got about a minute and a half left to slowly start wrapping things up out here out at Ted Ajani Reserve. Ryan Long hosting pre-game down on the boundary as well, doing a great job, our leader.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm red on the camera, but I reckon I got burnt today. I had sunscreen on, but
the
camera's picking I'm a very pale white guy, and I burn very quickly.
You've got a very promising future as a boundary rider, right?
Or a beetroot, either way.
Absolutely. Matt Spider Lee, Ray Baird, great to have you two on.
It was a great day, and well done to Bulleen Templestowe, first win in the Eastern Football Netball League.
Ray Baird.
Yeah, great to be out here. Great facilities, great club. I'm looking forward to coming back here sometime during the year.
Yeah, hopefully we can get back down here. Just an update quickly on the under-19s as well. It's Warrandyte, 7.5 minutes left in the first quarter. They lead the Bloods 3-1-19 to Bulleen Templestowe 1-2-8. Paul Yacone doing a great job around the grounds, but filling in the around the grounds towards the end after the game in the end was the superstar that is Ben Warren Smith. Did a magnificent job calling this contest as well.
Thanks, mate. I love calling with you, and you're doing such a great job and such thorough research as well, which is so impressive. And I just love being in this caravan with my friends, and great job always by Megan on the camera, and the way Lee decks everything out here is just sensational.
Just notice on the scoreboard, in the main game they were counting up. In this game they're counting down.
The last 10 minutes they count down.
Oh, okay.
Or 7 or something like that.
Thank good someone knows what's going on.
Yeah, I'm taking notice.
Then again to Lee and Megan Green doing a superb job behind the camera and the audio. That does us out here at Ted Ajani Reserve. The Bullants winners 47-44.